Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Tuesday lights up every feed. Voices meet where ideals lead, from Substack streams to global calls. Creation echoes through the halls. We test, we tweak, we mix, we mend, and every tone becomes a friend. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every stream. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Across the wires, across the seas, new gear hums and ideas speak free. AI sparks and analog dreams, colliding beats and feedback streams. No cameras roll, just waves and will, where sound is art and learning thrills. We tune imagination wide, from whispered thought to amplified. Together let the moments grow, integration and audio flow. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right. Welcome to the social sound check. Raise your voice and reconnect from every streamer. Sounds ignite. We test, we break, we build it right.
Well, hello, Keith Keller, Melbourne, Australia, and we have a very special, by default, episode of Social Audio Sound Check today. I do these every week, and you're very welcome to join. We can have up to 10 people on stage. Today, we're talking about the pros and cons of podcasting or live streaming. Which do you prefer? Can we do both? Should we do both? Very good discussion. We are broadcasting live on YouTube now because LinkedIn refuses to work anymore. I'll tell you about that in a minute. I also have highlights on Substack, which we'll talk about as well. Substack is a very, very, very good idea. And what I do there is I do some highlights before the show and after the show. So please let me know where you're calling in from, because that's the stats we have so far. But I want to welcome Mike, who's just coming straight out of the blizzard. Mate, how you doing? Are you okay? How's the house? Got you there, Mike. You got your mic on? Can't hear me? Oh, okay. We might have to reboot that. So well, I'll just start again. So this is the social audio sound check. Now, the point of the social audio sound check is to try tech, have a bit of fun, talk about stuff. And today we're talking about the idea of podcasting or live streaming. Which do you prefer? Should we do both? Should we do either? Can we do both? And does it weaken the signal if you're trying to do too much? If you want to know more about what we're doing, I do shows every week, twice a week, normally on LinkedIn if they let me. But at the moment, I can't do shows on LinkedIn. I'll tell you about that in a minute. I'm trying not to be angry about it, but I am a bit angry. I've sent this show. I think I've sent the show to YouTube now, and what I do, and I'm very proud of this, I send my concepts, my ideas to Substack. Please join me there. Here's the link to my Substack account. I'll bring Mike in a minute. I think he's got his mic working. I'm calling in on my Zoom P2, which I like to experiment with from time to time, and I often use a Zoom P4, which I do prefer. But we'll talk a bit about all of that a bit later. So, welcome, Mike, and tell us what you're doing. And I'd like to hear how things are with you. Now, let me just bring you in. There you go. And you got your mic working now.
Can you hear me now? There we go.
That must be the blizzard working for you or working against you. How you doing?
Uh, well, it was fun. I think this is the most we've had in a number of years. I don't know if it's the actual max, but it's definitely up there. We had, I think, about 2 feet, but with drifting, they can add some fun. I think I sent you some pictures.
Yeah.
Uh, and my wife is after me because of my bypass surgery, so she's like, "You got to take it easy." So I got off. We actually had purchased a battery powered snowblower, which we got to use, and I actually did a pretty good job. I was actually a little surprised. So we are pretty much dug out from the blizzard as we speak.
Yeah. And does that happen every year or?
No. We've had very mild winters for quite a while now. So this was, I think, all counties in New Jersey were under a blizzard watch, and some counties got as close to 3 feet. So this is one of the. I mean, I don't think it's the worst storm ever, but it's top 10.
Okay. Yeah, we have the reverse. We have really bad bushfires. So we get the reverse story about weather. We just get really, 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 really hot summers, 50 degrees. Like, what is that? 125. I don't even know what it is, but it's just unbelievable. And we lose a lot of wildlife and a lot of trees and a lot of houses. So weather is just weather, isn't it? But as long as you don't have to deal with it. But I'm really fascinated by this topic. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Super Bowl in a minute because there was an Aussie on the Super Bowl who gets $4 million to kick the ball. I mean, pretty cool. Gets $4 million to kick a football, and he wasn't making much money in Australia, so he moved to America, and they're paying him $4 million. 6 goals in the Super Bowl, won the game, and where I'm going with that is, can you do both? He couldn't play AFL and NFL. He chose NFL, make $4 million a year. Can you do podcasting and live streaming? Maybe. Are you going to be good at both? Probably not. Which would you prefer if you had to choose one? Why do I have to choose, Keith? But
Well,
it's a good discussion.
well, and I think Keith, and we had this discussion kind of last night, but I think it really is. It's almost personal choice, and what you're trying. I mean, you're in retirement. You're doing this for fun. I think it really comes down to for the people that are trying to make money at it. It's going to really come down to where they're going to meet their audience, and how. And to be honest, I don't see any reason not to do both. Meaning that you do lives and then repurpose that in the form of a podcast.
Yeah. Well, let's play around with that. Let's go for pros and cons of repurposing live streams. I personally am totally against it, but I'll come back to that in a minute. What's the advantage?
Um, well, this is kind of obvious, but then you don't have to recreate content, right? And particularly, and again, to me, Keith, this really gets to what are we trying to do? Meaning, and what is our show? Is the show more, knowledge transfer? Is it entertainment? Um, I think a lot of podcasters are actually doing a form of knowledge transfer. You know, so I don't think it necessarily matters. But what you're doing is more, and this is I think is very interesting to talk about. This is I believe that the show, like even with us two, is greater than the sum of what we could do by ourselves. Meaning, when we're talking, something's going to key off, and so there's something very specific to live interaction like that that you wouldn't necessarily get. Now, some people do their, they run their shows where it may or may not make much difference. Like if you look at Joe Rogan, I would say to some degree, his may or may not, be that much different live. Um, just because of the way he interacts with his guests, and he kind of controls the flow. Here, almost anything can happen, and I think we've had some really interesting conversations. So, I think the pro of the live, if you allow it, is that you can have a lot of free flowing back and forth. Whereas, by the time you get into a podcast, you're gonna, I think we talked about this last night, you're gonna want to polish it. You're gonna want to have a certain look and a certain sound. And part of the con there is you gotta have spent time and edit. So
Well, that's right. I mean, there's a major advantage in doing both, and that is that, and most people know this now, I have been restricted by LinkedIn every week for a very long time, and I'm getting a bit sick of it. So having a podcast version means at least I can do a recording and put it somewhere else. So this, and we're talking about this tomorrow with multi-streaming. This idea, very cool idea of multi-streaming, having your file go to LinkedIn and YouTube and Substack and just in case. I get that. But what I'm really, really, really interested in, is the idea that for me, because I'm old school, I've been podcasting since 2008. In 2008, when the word podcast was invented, it was a pre-recorded show that sounded great that was sent somewhere else. It wasn't a live stream that was half-assed, just mucked around, and then you just send it somewhere. So I don't think live streams sound very good as podcasts. And I think you weaken your brand by trying to do too much. I do, because I've only got one brain. Sometimes I've only got half a brain. And in the mornings, I got virtually none at all, right? Because I'm just not a morning person. So, look, some people are bloody brilliant. They can do everything, and they don't seem to sleep, and they get lots done. But I just believe you should start with one or the other. Who am I? I'm just a guy in Melbourne, Australia, doing this kooky little radio show in the back of his house. But some people haven't started yet, and they try and do too much. And they call it a podcast, and they sound shit, and they look bad, and they can't get their lighting right, and there's kids screaming in the background, and you're thinking, well, why don't you just focus on one thing, get it really good, and then move? Why do you have to be everywhere for everyone all the time? Right? So this is the discussion we're having. Can you do both? Should you do both? And I want to start with an example, an Australian example. So I don't know if you watched the Super Bowl, but the Super Bowl was won by the Seattle Seahawks, who had an Australian kicker. He gets paid $4 million to kick a football. He played for Australia. He played in an Australian team called the Sydney Swans. Never played professionally. I don't know why. Maybe he just decided he wanted to come to America. Maybe he didn't make the team. But the point is, he can't do both. They're very different games. In the gridiron, in the American football system, they bring him on, he kicks the ball, it goes off. He probably plays 10 minutes at a time. I mean, just imagine, like, we could probably calculate how much he's making per minute. He makes $4 million a year to kick a football. Good on him. Like, he's my hero. But when he was playing Aussie rules, he was just a sort of a guy. Didn't make the professional team. And this is what I'm sort of saying. Can we do both? Should we do both? Is there a weakness in the system if you try to do everything for everyone? I think there is, but I'm a purist. You're either on or you're off. You're either doing a live stream or you're doing a podcast. I don't think you can do both. But I'm very interested in this discussion. What do you think?
Well, again, Keith, and like I know some coaches that do lives, but I think that their live show is fine as a podcast. It really depends on what your subject is, and to be clear, it's almost more important as where are you going to find your audience. And I completely understand. In essence, for me, live is almost akin to radio, right? And I don't know if I necessarily want to hear a pre-recorded radio. I mean, again, there's some power in this. It's live. And particularly if you have multiple people on. And that's the other thing, Keith. You have multiple people on. What if you're, a guy out there or a gal, uh, just getting on the mic and doing whatever the subject is. There's no vibe. There's no I mean anything can happen, right? And then actually the question, I'm going to flip it around. The question I have to you is, if you were doing a show by yourself, would you feel the same way
I can't.
about the live?
I can't do it. I can't do a
Yeah.
show. So I mean, I can't do it. We call that talking to the rooster. I can't do it. Like,
Mm.
actually physically incapable of doing. I've tried. I can't last more than 5 minutes. I
Well,
just
Keith, I think if you had, and again, this is where it becomes, I think your lives would be, in my opinion, very similar to what you'd want to do in a podcast. And what I mean by that is, okay, Keith, why don't you walk us through how to set up the P4, the P2, walk us through how to set up your, whether it's live or podcast. And just, I mean, yeah, and you're doing it sort of in pieces, right, across shows. But you could do a show on how to set up. But again, I you may or may not want to do that.
yeah.
And
I'll
there are,
flip
yeah,
it
yeah.
about live streaming. What? Tell me what I do, and I'm very biased, but what I do is I do live shows, and the point of being live is that we're live, and who knows what's going to happen. And sometimes that scares the shit out of me, and sometimes I get such a thrill that it actually it's the highlight of my week. Oh, I could just sit on the couch and watch Netflix all day and nothing's going to happen. It's all very sensible. I'm watching Emily in Paris at the moment. Just Emily in Paris, just watch the whole series, sit and cup a cup of tea or maybe a beer. Nothing happens. You just watch the TV. You're a passive observer of the world. But I'm not a passive observer. I want to be part of a discussion where I don't know what you're going to say. I don't know what Lynn might come in. I don't know what Maria's going to say. Zakia, Bez, all of our friends. We can have 8 people on the call and we go in all different directions. Like we did a call yesterday, did a Facebook call on groups. And it went in a very, very unusual. I wouldn't have thought of that on my own.
But when you think, you triggered something in my head. What is exciting or interesting about a radio show? Call-ins. Right? I mean, yes, I can hear a guy spin records and do the gift of gab, right? And he whatever it's about, he can expound on whatever he's an expert on. But I think what's more fun about a radio show is the call-ins. It's that interaction, or like here, and you don't do it very often, but you could do and call-ins are a bit sound wise is a bit fun because I was actually on a call-in and the audio was a problem because I was on the phone and I couldn't. It didn't work very well, but or you just have Q and A's right at the end, Keith, and I think that can again it changes the dynamic of the show, and and even if you do that via chat, so to me that, like I said, there's a different vibe live versus podcast, and they're both, I do both, Keith. I mean, I would say, I don't know, m- maybe 90% or 80% of my YouTube viewage is in podcast format, even if they're live. They may be a live show, but I'll watch it after. I'll watch it in team replay.
It's very. And this is a very interesting discussion because at the end of the day, there's two things going on here. One is what do you want to do? And the other thing is, what does the audience want you to do? So if I want to do live shows and no one turns up, I can't do it
Mm.
because the audience doesn't want to come. Right. So, I mean, you've got to ask the question, what we are nothing without an audience. You could do a YouTube recording and you could put it out there. And if you get 3 listeners, that might be sufficient. But I get very debilitated by that. I can't see the point of doing shows if no one's watching them. I just can't see the point. I mean, I might as well go to the beach, sit and have a latte and chat to the girl at the counter. At least I'm talking to one person. Can't see the point of doing shows if no one's watching them.
I hear you, Keith, but what if I'm a fan? So I'm a Keith Keller fan, but at 6 o'clock p.m. my time on a Monday or Tuesday, I got to go. I don't know. Yeah, I got to do something. I got to go out with my wife, or I have a friend, or a club date or something that I have to take care of. I don't want to necessarily miss what Keith said. Now, I may not consume it exactly the same way as I would live, but I don't know. I'm really conflicted because like I said, I would say probably closer to 90% of my YouTube viewer ship is in quote unquote podcast form. And then as you know, I'm pretty active on well, it used to be LinkedIn lives. Now I jump on YouTube's, even if they're usually multi-streaming to both LinkedIn and YouTube. And so I get on YouTube and watch them live.
Yeah. So this is a very, very good question. There's 2 parts to this. Actually, there's really 4 questions. One is live streaming or podcasting. Can we do both? Which would you prefer? Should we do both? The second question is, what does your audience want? There's no point doing a show if no one watches, not listens or views. So if I do this show, which I'm doing, and it's going live to YouTube, and I wake up tomorrow and I go, 7 people watched it. Right? Okay. 7 people got to see this show with me talking to my friends. But I could go to the shops and talk to 7 people. I could just walk out of my house, and by the time I got from my house to the beach, I would have talked to 7 people. I can't see the point of these low numbers. I'll give you a really, really, really good example. And I'm very brutal on this because I'm pretty lazy. I went to the city, got dressed up, had a shave, got my hair done, bought a new shirt, went into the city, spoke at this event, my name on a poster. Very, very cool. There was 8 people there. And I thought, what I mean, I came into the city, you spent all this money on marketing, you hired a room, and my face is on the poster, and there's 3 of the people that were there were on the poster. Right? I'm thinking, this is just a waste of our time. What do you do? How much money did you spend on this? I mean, this is just a waste of time. Why isn't anyone here? Oh, well, it's busy, and, the Super Bowl's on or something's on. Australia's playing Sri Lanka in the cricket, and, there's 100 excuses. But I said, well, I came all the way into the city to speak to 8 people, and sure, I shook their hand and I got their card, and they're very good friends. I'm thinking, 8 people. It took 3 hours of my life. I went into the city for an hour. I spoke for an hour, and then I came back. I spoke in a group of people for an hour. We were on a panel. I did like it, and I got my face on a poster. The next day, I'm very proud of this. The next day, I was interviewed in America. 1,800 people downloaded that file. I said the exact same thing. Didn't leave the house, didn't have a shave, didn't have to get dressed up, didn't have to buy any extra shirts or do my hair. And I had, what is that? 8 people versus 1,800 people. I mean, just calculate that difference in ROI. 1,800 people downloaded that file. And I did it in my house.
Well, did you do the interview live though, Keith? Was that a live interview?
Yeah.
So it was both. So you had people live on the interview, and then they listened to the recording.
Yeah. So some people would have listened to it. It was an event. And that would have, it was 1,800 in total. And some people downloaded it. And I'm thinking, it changed my whole life. that moment in time, because I left home at 6 o'clock. By the time I got home, wifey was in bed. I missed that night with her. Well, we've been together 35 years. She's a big girl, but I'm gonna miss that night with her. I met 8 new people, and the next day I did an event, and 1,800 people heard it. Now it's a bit of a no brainer. So if I do a show and 7 people watch my YouTube video, I'm a bit unhappy because uh, I'm into dopamine. I got to have a hit. I got yeah.
Well, I understand that, but my question is, and I completely understand the dopamine, but my question is, for instance, the 1800, right? What about those 8 people? I always look at it as those 8 people are in essence a pyramid. So there's people behind that. And so if you just hit that speech out of the park, and they said, "Man, you got to listen to this guy Keith Keller." And so a friend tells a friend, before you know it, you have, 1,000 people that are ready to listen to you. Now, do you get the same dopamine hit? That No. And see, this is the thing I'm actually concerned about, as I want to, build an audience for my tracks, is how do I best go about doing that?
Mm.
To your point, do I do a podcast? Do I do a live? Do I do both? And to be honest, I'm thinking really about doing both. But for me, I don't know, just because of the way my brain works, I like to have everything planned. And just from how I like to do things, I would probably say, and I'm not saying I will, but podcast probably suits my personality better. But
Yeah.
the question, to your
Let's
point,
draw in on that. Draw in. This is a very important for all those people thinking, why is he so obsessed with life? And he's just on a big ego trip with an ego the size of the house. Slow down. Can you tell me how to do a podcast? There's a lot of people that think, man, I don't have an ego. I don't want to be on the radio. I just want to tell my story to people who want to listen, and I want it to sound good, and I want to take my time, and I want it to be professional. Now, that's
yeah.
what a podcast is. It's professional. You take your time. It sounds good. Let's pick up on that. I don't do this, but I'm aware that this is a concept. So why would you do a podcast? Just drill down on that.
Well, there's a couple reasons, right? So normally, and I'm not saying you would run every live like this, but normally in a podcast, you're going to have, script or whatever. You're going to have it all pretty much planned out. You're going to have, it, and you're going to follow it, which is, and to your point, then that's only almost the easy part, right? Is the recording. Then you go into edit, and in your case you don't like doing video, so, and by the way, I think that's half the battle. So the people that are actually doing video podcasts have a pretty steep learning curve, and actually, even, you have to get decent lighting, you have to get a decent camera, and then you have to learn how to, basically act and look good on camera, right? So there's an investment, and in time and in money, right? But I would say, just from sort of a content creator standpoint, you're going to want that planned out, very well planned out. So as you mentioned, you look professional and you sound professional. And again, you've been around for a while, so you already have sort of the professional sound, but you didn't jump in, sounding professional. And so, live. So I think, it to me, it's just because of the way my brain works. I really like to have everything, planned out and very well prepared. And then, when I execute, so that gets me into the recording, and then I'm going to spend time. I'll give you an example. I am a very rabid photographer, but I when I went in to photograph an event, there's normally a shot list, right? And so, that's all planned out ahead of time. And if it's not, then things don't go very well, or you may not get the shot that you want, or in the way that you want it. And then, to be frank, then it was 40 hours a lot of times, Keith. And I don't know if you've ever done this, but because I would take up to 800 or 1,000 photos per event, that I was doing 40 hours of edit. And so I'm not saying you necessarily do
On
for
film, were you digital by then?
well, I started out with film, but no, I'm talking more about digital. And so like I said, I think in the case of doing this, to some degree, the easy part, or the shorter part, is going to be the creation, of the video, or in your case audio. And then you're going to spend a fair amount of time, and potentially money, polishing it up. The difference obviously is that, when you're live, first of all, you don't do video, and so you don't have that cost associated and have to worry about everything, including lighting. Lighting is a pain in the butt. And so is, I would say, if you're going to do a podcast, video podcast, then you should probably have a pretty decent, not just audio, but you want to have lighting and camera. And so you're going to want to have all that squared away, as quick as you can. Now, people are doing podcasts off of their phones, Keith, and that's fine. If that's and to some degree, I think it's also your audience. If you have a younger audience, maybe they're less inclined to have you, look tip top pro.
Mm.
Um, and that's actually a thing I don't know if we have to talk about today, but when there's this big move now, I'm noticing, and again, it doesn't really affect you because you're not video, but there's a big move now on the multi-stream, and maybe we can do this tomorrow. But the multi-streaming is that they want to be able to stream in both portrait and landscape mode. Now that changes the way you have to think and frame your shot if you're doing video.
Simultaneously, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Both restream, you have to get the pro or whatever version,
Mm, mm.
and StreamYard, I think, is the same. You pay more to be able to do it
Well,
simultaneously.
let's pick up on this idea. Let's pick up on what you just said. If this is a very good discussion. If you stream in portrait and portrait and landscape,
Hmm.
are you weakening your project by trying to do too many things for too many people? I mean, aren't you better off? I mean, this is my opinion. Aren't you better off saying, okay, Instagram and TikTok like portrait mode? Let's just and maybe YouTube. Let's do this show on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube for the portrait lovers and make it look great for them. And the landscape lovers can have their LinkedIns and maybe their YouTubes as well. And we'll do a separate show for them, because I have seen shows that look atrocious, like unwatchable, because they're trying to be here and there and they don't know what they want. But they're capturing a wide audience, but it's shit. Like, it's just slop. I would much prefer to if I was going to do Instagram and TikTok and YouTube Shorts, I would just say, look, I'm on portrait today. This is the zone I'm in. I know it looks good on portrait. The landscape people will just have to wait. Now, I know that I'm saying it because it sounds ridiculous, but if you tried to do landscape and portrait, you're really serving no one. I agree. I just think that if you want to do something, do it well. Either you're on Instagram or you're on TikTok. Either you're on portrait or you're landscape. Either you're live or you're doing a podcast. You're either in or you're out. I mean, this is the way my brain works. You cannot be all things for all people all the time. I mean, no one would agree to that.
I think this is the way my mind works. First of all, I'm going to quibble and disagree with you. Not that you can't. My question is, can you do both well simultaneously? That's really the question, right? And this is where the platform comes in, because the way Restream looks like they're doing it, you potentially, again, if you have the lighting right, I'm not going to do video, at least initially, because it's way too complicated. And to be honest, I don't necessarily like appearing on screen. I can, and I have, but if I'm going to do that, to your point, to sort of the professionalism that I'm looking for, I'm going to have to build out a studio, with lighting and better camera and everything. I'm not really inclined to do that, but my understanding, and I've seen it done, and again, if you already have sort of the wherewithal or whatever to build out a studio, that has good lighting, then I don't think the orientation matters that much. But what I wanted to really focus in on here, Keith, is what platform is your audience on?
No, that's it.
If you have a younger generation, dollars to donuts, Keith, unfortunately or fortunately, they're probably going to be viewing on their phone.
Yeah, but
So so
if you've got a younger audience, you would know that.
no, but what if I want both? Like Rogan. Does Rogan necessarily? I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm a long time Rogan listener. I
Okay,
don't listen to him as much as I used to.
this is good. This is a really good question. Could a band like Iron Maiden, just say,
Hmm.
50, the band that's been going 50 years this year,
Hmm.
do you think a band like Iron Maiden could change their image to appeal to Gen Z? Maybe they could, but they've already got a very die-hard Gen X and maybe baby boomer market. Right? They've already got a market. We have this discussion a lot. I think you can split yourself too much. A Gen X is not a Gen Z. A baby boomer is not a millennial. Right? They think differently. You can't be all things to. I just do not believe you can be all things for all people. Go hard and go strong.
But Keith, if you're already and let's stay with Iron Maiden, and I'm not a huge fan. What's a better example? Well, when they were around, maybe the
Bruce
Beatles,
Springsteen, maybe Bruce Springsteen.
okay, let's go with Bruce. Um, I think there are certain artists or bands that are what do you call it, perennial, meaning that
Yes.
they can appear to multi generations, right? There's some, to your point. I don't know, I because I should know, but I don't know if my kids would watch Iron Maiden.
What
To be honest, I
Sheeran
wouldn't.
appeals to everyone. Like Ed Sheeran came to Australia, sold 7 sellout concerts,
Yep,
100 people in
yep,
a row, 7 days.
yep,
Seven sellout concerts, 700,000 people, and a population of 4 million saw Ed Sheeran play. Some people saw
yep,
it twice. Some people flew in from other interstate. Some people flew to Sydney. Many of my friends flew into other towns to see Ed Sheeran play, a guy that plays guitar.
yep.
700,000 people saw him in Australia on his last tour.
So I think we're talking about we're sort of circling around, talking about two different things. Are you, or are you planning to? Let's just say, are you going to appeal? Let's just say it that way. Are you going to appeal to multi generational? If so, you should probably think, because dude, I'm an old fart. I don't necessarily want to watch even this show on even though it's audio, on my phone. Because you present these images. Well, sometimes I want to look at the images. I don't like doing that on the phone, even if I can turn it sideways. So there's I think it sort of centers around, a, who do you appeal to, right? Immediately, at least starting out, and then b, after you do, and you're doing a lot of analysis. After you do the analysis, you say, maybe I'm not going to bother with doing both. And to your point, maybe I'm not going to bother. And it sounds like you're not going to, even though I think we need to talk a little more about team replay, and reuse, because I think, particularly when you're building out your audience and places, yeah, a key guy, when you're building out your audience, I think maybe you need to think a little more about particularly on places like where there's a longer tail, like like YouTube. I think in order to get your YouTube viewership up, Keith, you probably have to take a longer view of things, and
Yeah.
maybe Team Replay is part of that.
Well, yeah, I'm happy to concede that. I want to share a really cool example. This actually rock solid example happened yesterday. So I'm very proud of this. I have created 100 blog posts on Substack, which basically talk about the shows that I've done, the shows that I'm doing, and the shows coming up. Right, I'm very proud of this. So a guy wrote to me and says, "Mate, I had a look at your YouTube. Sorry, I had a look at your Substack account, and it appears that the formatting doesn't look very good on mobile." I said, "Yeah, look, I did see that, but it looks very good on my PC, and I've printed it out, and it looks very, very, very good. Let me go and see the stats. 1% of my audience reads my articles on their phone. 1%. 65% of them read it either on a laptop or a PC. Right? Now, that tells me that I'm not going to muck around for hours and hours getting the formatting right for 1% of my audience on a PC, on a mobile, when 65% of my audience reads it on a PC or a laptop and they say, look, it looks fine. In fact, it's bloody brilliant. Can I have another one? So it's very, very good. And this is why I love stats. Like, I know that 70% of my following is in the US. 60%, 75 people. I don't have a very big following there yet. Only 120 followers or subscribers. So I know that 60% of the people that watch or read or look at my Substack live in the US. I have to focus on them. 4% live in Italy. I mean, that's Europe time. That's in the middle of the night for me. I'm not getting up at 4 a.m. to do a blog post for an Italian person, even if I love her, because first of all, I'm supposed to be sleeping, and first, she's the only one. 4 people live in Italy, right? 4. I mean, I can't realistically spend my time doing that. So you cannot be all things for all people. If you count America and Canada, it's 68% of my audience live in North America. It's a big cluster of people that I can focus on. And if the Italians want to read my stuff the next day or in the middle of the night, that's up to them. But I can't be getting up in the middle of the night to do live streams for 4 Italian people. You see my point?
No, yeah, I mean, you particularly like you said, and again, you are kind of deep into your stats, which I think is good. Because again, as you are doing calculus, for lack of a better word, of what kind of effort, right? I mean, you want an ROI, right? For effort versus even if you're doing it for fun, you still want an ROI, right? So and you want your dopamine hit. um, so yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to put and I mean just with that, you already know you may not want to focus on Italy or maybe even the UK, obviously, and then Keith, the question becomes, well, I want to be true to myself, right? So I don't want to necessarily say, and I'm sorry, your sexy Aussie voice has a lot to do with why, what over 75%, and I'm sort of joking, that that you I wouldn't. Let's put it this way. I wouldn't necessarily, and we have Lynn. I wouldn't necessarily want to change, certainly the way I'm presenting to get a specific audience. Now that said, if I look at the United States, that may change, maybe some of my show ideas, or say, well, I'm going to lean into X versus something else. But you have kind of a specific way of coming across, specific way of doing things. I would hope anyway, that you wouldn't necessarily tune that just because 60% of your audience is from the States.
But I'll give you a very good example. Hello, Lynn. I'll bring you in a minute.
Hi.
I do these robust LinkedIn polls when they let me. And about 68% of people say, mate, I want shows at 10 a.m. All right, no worries. And I've got quite a big following, about 4,000 Melburnians. All right, I'm doing a show at 10 a.m. Melbourne time. No one comes. No one. I did a show specially for you, 10 a.m. I listened. You said you wanted 10 a.m. I did it. No one comes. No one. All right, I'll try 12 o'clock because 28% of people say they want 12 o'clock lunchtime. I can have a break and listen to Keith in my lunch break. No one comes. And I'm doing this for you. I moved everything around. I did. I mean, I'm actually, it's very inconvenient, but I'm happy to do it. Nobody comes. Then I do these random shows and these very cool Americans come. I go, oh, you speak funny. I'll listen to that. Got nothing. There's nothing on TV. I mean, it's bloody cold outside. I'm just going to stay inside by the heater and listen to Keith talk. So why wouldn't I do it? You know, I've been doing this a very long time, since 2008. And I tell you what, it's very, very, very difficult to do a show when no one's listening. It's debilitating. And I would rather just stay in bed. Maybe someone will listen to the replay, but I have no idea if they did or didn't. So I need access to who's listening, and I need to know that my stuff is resonating. And if it isn't, I'm happy to just go to the beach and have a latte, because there's at least going to be someone sitting there with a dog, and I'll make a new friend. Right? So it's very, very difficult. Look, Lynn, jump in and tell us what you're doing. I'm just trying to guess what's going on there. Have you got the heating on? It's very cold. There's quite a loud sound in the background.
Oh, I do actually, and it's right next to me, so you probably do. It is picking up. That means let me shut it off. Hold on.
Don't freeze, but this is indeed the social audio sound check. So that was. Did you heard that? Yeah,
it is loud. It's really loud.
That was similar to our situation with America the other night. Although my sense was that was probably environmental, not technical.
Yeah.
I would love, not tonight, Keith. I would like to work with Lynn to see if there's anything that she can do technology wise to cut the background noise out. Not just equipment, but we were working with noise reduction because, Lynn, one of the things that we kind of found out, even with the dynamic mics, at least mine, I found out, and I think we found out with Americo, that they're pretty darn sensitive. So even though it should be, you use mic technique and everything, and I agree with Keith on everything he says. These modern mics, and again, I have the pod mic USB, so it's not top of the line, but it's up there. It can potentially pick up something you would surprise you. Like we had a blizzard, so if I have a plow go by, and I don't do anything, or I'm in my office right now, so well, actually, because there's a window that faces the street, you might still be able to hear the plow. But my point is that there are a few tricks that I would like to explore with Keith, for those that just don't have the money to spend on high end um, room padding and all that stuff. And I think there's some low end, by the way, some low end ideas to try too, like putting blankets or something, hanging blankets up to deaden things a little bit. But anyway, yeah, we had a situation with a podcaster actually, and her name she will remain nameless, but she was having difficulties because she was in a kitchen and she hadn't really heard what she sounds like basically to her audience. And it's weird because apparently she was doing more of a, is it more of a podcast, not a live stream, Keith? But
That's
anyway,
very good
she
example.
hadn't
She
she
was.
hadn't really, yeah, go ahead.
You tell the story, and then I'll pick up on it.
Yeah, so she hadn't really heard herself, and so when she heard the recording and we heard the same thing, you couldn't really hear the same thing. So she wasn't really aware of what was going on with her on lives. or at least on that live. And it was to Keith's ear, it drove him nuts.
Mhm.
To me, there's certain things like when we had the issue with Americo, and we also had we had someone else on, and I can't believe I've just forgotten her name, but uh Americo had an issue. It turned out that it was his P4 that was causing this white noise. And that one I have to side with Keith on, is it was so bad and so distracting. And maybe Keith is just, training my ear or something, but that one was bad enough that it was really it was disturbing, and it was very distracting. So that's the challenge of doing lives. And the other thing, Keith, I wanted to bring up is sometimes we can be all set and ready to go, and that's why I think what you're doing with the testing is important. Is you can be all set, ready to go, sound good one night, and then all of a sudden, the tech gremlins come in. Like before we came on, somehow I had run over my a wire that turned my mic off. So anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, live streaming and or all of this stuff is fun, and I just hope we can help people do the best they can on a potentially limited budget.
Yeah, well, let's pick up on this idea. So, Lynn has bought a mic. It's a Fifine AM8. It has USB and XLR, so she can get a mixer down the track or even plug it into a PlayStation. But at the moment, she's just got it plugged into a laptop.
Mhm.
And she had, but doesn't now have, a quite a loud fan. But what I'm really interested in, Lynn, I'm really interested in this discussion because I want to get my head around where the person in the street feels. Like I'm a bit of a, I'm really way out there with my love of sound and gadgets. But would you prefer to have a podcast that sounds great but isn't live and people listen to it later? Or would you like to have a live stream where people can call in, even if it doesn't sound great? If you had to choose between the two, what would you prefer?
Well, after being on your show, I'm going to, of course, say I want it to sound great. So I definitely want the sound to be good.
But Lynn, I'm going to ask it a little bit different way, because I've seen some of your Substack lives,
Mhm.
and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you may have even been on your phone.
Yes.
There
Yeah.
are there are people, whether it's live streaming or podcasting, we'll get to that in a second,
Mhm.
but there are people that are they're doing their lives and or their podcasts right from their phones. And
Mhm.
these days, some of the phone cameras are perfectly fine for that purpose. Now, Keith and I were talking about this situation that's actually happening right now, where the that people are multicasting live in either portrait mode or landscape mode, meaning phone primarily. And so when you're shooting on a phone, of course, it would make all sorts of sense to just stream in portrait mode. And I think your Substacks were in portrait mode. I can't remember now, to be honest. But one of the things that I don't know if struggling with is the right word, is if you're sitting, and particularly Lynn, if you're out on location somewhere on a yacht or something, or on a ship.
Mhm.
I mean, you're unless you're going to start carrying a bunch of equipment, some of your options are limited. So one of the things that we're saying though is, of course, you either a podcast or a live stream, you want the sound to be as good as it can be. But what I
Mhm.
think Keith and I are sort of getting to is, when you're doing a podcast, live streams, and particularly if you have guests, it's a little it can be a little chaotic, or you're not gonna have the same control as you would on a podcast. And the biggest thing about the podcast is you can edit it after. So you can edit for sound, you can edit for video if you're doing video. It's a lot more controllable.
Mhm.
And so it would be interesting to hear from you as to maybe even where you're thinking about heading relative to what you're doing. Is it a quote unquote podcast where you record it and then edit it, or are you moving into a live stream? I actually think for you it makes sense to have both. Let's say you want to have I don't know, cruise director or cruise line CEO or something, bigwig. That'd be a perfect thing for maybe a live, or maybe they don't feel comfortable doing it live. Maybe you do it a podcast. I can see it going either way actually for you.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because really, I have been doing both because sometimes I might just feel like, hey, I have something I want to share. So then that's when I would just do like a quick live, from Substack or something like that. And if I'm going to do something that has, maybe something more informative, then that's where that could be a podcast that I record that's more informational, perhaps. So I'm still kind of working with that, and see, as I'm playing with my Zoom today, it's telling me I've got to do a Zoom, and I do not.
But what we were talking about before, did you watch the Super Bowl, Lynn?
I watched the halftime. I didn't watch the whole game, but I did watch the halftime.
It's a boy thing, So anyway, what happened was Seattle played who? The Patriots, Boston, yeah. So Seattle won the Super Bowl, and the guy that kicked the ball was an Aussie. I'm getting to the point. So he played Australian rules football, which is a game that's impossible to explain to non-Australians. I don't even understand it myself. So anyway, Australian rules football's got a lot of rules. It's very different. It's a very hard game to play unless you live here. And anyway, he played for an Australian team, the Sydney Swans, never played professionally, didn't make a living playing football as a young person. This guy played in the Super Bowl, kicked 6 goals, effectively won the game. He moves to America, plays for a team called Seattle. He gets $4 million a year to kick a ball. Now, the point I'm making is that sometimes by focusing on one thing and getting really, 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 really good, you get a bit of a name for yourself. And by trying to be all things for all people, you're sort of nothing to nobody. You sort of you're not nothing, but you don't stand out. Oh, well, there's another one of those people doing a live stream. She can't decide if it's on Restream or on Instagram. She can't decide if it's portrait. She can't decide if it's landscape. She can't decide if she wants to be on video. She can't decide if she wants to be on audio. She doesn't know if she's outside or inside. Never know what to expect. Right? Now, this is me because that's the way my brain works. I'm a one-trick pony, if you like. So this guy makes $4 million to kick a ball. What a great story. He was really good at kicking. So he went to America and became a kicker. That's what he does. He kicks the ball. And I reckon we worked it out that he must probably make about $108,000 a minute. Because he like how much time does the kicker spend in a game of football? There's 4 20-minute segments. He might kick the ball once or twice every 10 minutes. He probably plays a total of 8 minutes in a game, and he makes $4 million a year. I mean, I could live on that. So I'm talking about focusing, and it's generated quite a lot of discussion because everyone says, Keith, why can't I do both? I'm not saying you can't do both. I'm just saying I don't believe you can be good at all things for all people. Are you going after Gen Z or are you going after Gen X? Are you going after baby boomers or are you going after Generation Beta? You can't talk to your grandkids and your grandparents in the same discussion, or can you? My grandparents wouldn't have the same cognitive ability or interests as my son, my sister's grandchild. I don't have children, but my sister's got a grandchild who's like 1 year old, and our nana, who died at 100, was in a home, but bloody sharp, totally different interests. I grew up before the war, and we had rationing, and we grew up before TV, and bloody hell, you think you got it hard.
Mm.
It's a different discussion. Grandparents versus grandchildren. And
Right.
it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to be that dramatic. But what I'm finding in myself, especially given that I've been banned by LinkedIn, which we'll talk about in a minute, I'm having a bit of trouble being all things to all people. I'm having a bit of trouble being everywhere for everyone. I just can't do it. I mean, my brain is not able to do it. I want to be really good at one thing, and build an audience for that.
Mhm.
And maybe this is just a show designed to satisfy my ego. But the point is, what do you think, Mike? I mean, am I making a good point? Could you do a podcast designed for grandchildren and grandparents in the same thing? Do you think? I mean, tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, but that's because I'm so brilliant and I can cover so many different subjects in depth. So, I I would promote myself to any age. And I'm being a little facetious. But I was actually just thinking about our good friend Lynn again because I'm like, I think that I well, first of all, I think there's as a elder, I'm sure that certain elderly or folks of a given age both have the money and the time and the wherewithal and everything to do cruises. So obviously, I think that would be a smart target audience for Lynn. But I think there is maybe a young upward professional group also. So I can already see, I don't know if it's a conflict per se, but I can see her maybe wanting to target multiple generations. And we talked a little bit about this with the music groups, but I think, particularly when we're looking at business, if you're just starting out or even if you've been doing it for a while and you want to expand, and again, we're in tough economic times, and Lynn can tell us. I would think maybe travel and vacations are down, but
Mm.
you still want to prepare, right? And maybe, like I said, if your seniors, because they're whatever the reason is, they're scared or not scared, they're concerned about world politics or whatever, and maybe a younger crowd would be more. And I don't know where Lynn actually runs her tours. For example, I'm not eager to go to Israel at the moment. I would like to at some point, but and I think some of this is cyclical and whatnot. But I'm just wondering how much I'm not saying she doesn't have a choice, and I would say, and again, I'm talking right off the top of my head, and I could be wrong, but I would think the elder market is would be higher priority on her stack. But at some point, if she wants to expand, or obviously you want to get the next elder coming up, you want to get at them and get their business.
Well, it is true. There's a lot going on, and we just had with Puerto Vallarta, we had people that got stranded, that were flying out, and then people that were told to stay in the resort. So, and things are sometimes crazy with travel. We've had some issues, and that's another reason why I always say, please do take the insurance out. But you're right. There's a lot more fear with traveling to certain places for sure. Which is why I also think cruising has become a little bit more popular, and especially these European cruises, and they're just very easy to do because you don't have to worry as much, because you've kind of it's almost like you feel a little bit safer. um but anyway, yeah. And as far as generations go and financials go, yes, we are, there's a bit of a struggle, but there's also there's still money out there. I mean, people, and they still do want to go. And even despite the lack of funds, we do find that people still want to take that vacation. Whether, I mean, come hell or high water, they want to get out and go because life is stressful and you need that break. And people still do want to go no matter what. And in fact, that's probably why there's a ton of credit card debt out there for that reason, because people are still just going to go.
Have you done your stats? Have you done your stats, Lynn? Did you know you could on Substack? You can do very comprehensive stats on where you're.
I think you did tell me that. I let me look at it. I don't have very much on Substack because I don't have very many followers on Substack. Not yet, anyway. And I haven't really done, honestly, as much as I was doing on Substack. Let's see. I do need to pick it back up. I have not gotten my mojo back just quite yet. So where did we? Is that? Where do we find that?
You go to dashboard.
Stat. Oh, it's on the dashboard. Okay, that's right.
Have you done this, Mike? While we're waiting, have you done the stats on your Substack?
Not to the level that you have, and I was trying to actually find before where you found the browser or whatever type. I can't find that. I see where, like the app, where they're coming from the app itself.
Yeah. So each this is amazing. Each post gives you very, very, very good stats, and in three ways. One is how many people watched it, read it, listened to it, just a pure number. The second one is reach. Where did they come from and on what devices? That's why I know that only 1%, and that's in reach. And the next one is engagement. How many people engaged with your post? Did they like it? Did they restack it, which is what Substack calls that? So how many people read it? Where did they come from? And what did they do? This is very, very useful. Like if 1% of your audience is coming on mobile and you've got a slight glitch on your mobile that's going to cost 5 hours of your life to fix, well, maybe it's not worth it. 45% of my people come from desktop, and it looks great on a desktop. Like my articles look really good on a desktop. I've got a desktop, and I can do it for them. And the 1%, well, then they're not going to be overly concerned if there's a little bit of a glitch on the third paragraph underneath the really pretty photo. Like, sure, there's a little gap, a little bit of a formatting problem, but that's not going to be really a stressful moment. It might look a little bit unprofessional, but only 1% of your following is going to see it. So you have to, I do this because I'm one guy. Like, if you've got a team of 100 people and you can just pay people to do shit, well, then just pay them. Like that, if you've got endless money, just pay someone to fix it. I pay my web designer to fix my WordPress because it's too bloody hard. So, but that's costing me $70 an hour. It's costing me money. I notice there's a bit of a glitch on my WordPress and I can't live with it. Can you fix it? Yeah, no worries. I'll just put that on the next hosting bill. $75. What did you do? Well, I had to go in the back end and I updated it, and there was a little thing there. And how long did it take you? Well, it was a bit hard. So that's $75. $75? For me, it was just a little glitch on the system that I couldn't live with. But it cost me $75. So you gotta be sensible and do things that makes sense in the real terms. If you can do everything yourself, bloody brilliant. If you've got a team, bloody brilliant. But what's the most important thing? And we know this from business, because in Australia, probably in the rest of the world, you get these very, 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 very loud people that represent maybe 1% of your audience. 99% of people love what you're doing. They're very happy. No, they don't say you. No one's ringing up saying, hey, I just wanted to ring up to say that I'm very happy just got a spare afternoon and I just wanted to ring up and tell you that you're doing a great job. No one does that. It's the 1% of people that spend 3 hours on a phone call saying, I'm just telling you how hard it is for me and how unhappy I'm with you. Well, yeah, okay. Things do happen. I do apologize for that. But 99% of people, I mean, there's a very, very famous line in Back to the Future 3 where the Marty McFly character who morphs into a different person in 1885 says, you know, I'm going to put you in the barn. Never had any complaints from the pigs. Never hear the pigs complaining about sleeping in the barn. Can't be that bad. So most people don't complain. Most people don't ring you to tell you how much they love you. They don't. It's only the very, 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 very noisy ones. So we've got to take that in context. I feel criticism very deeply. Like I don't ask for it. I feel it very deeply. So I'm never open to it. I'm very guarded about it because I feel it really strongly. So I'm just doing my best. I'm one person. I'm going for the sweet spot. If 75% of my audience live in the US and they love what I'm doing, well, I'm just going to hang out there. Maybe those 4 Italians don't like me, but I can't do anything about that. Yeah. So it's very important that we do stats. Did you get them? Did you work it out, Lynn?
It looks like Georgia, which is it makes sense, I guess, because I'm from the South. So Georgia is the top listener apparently. So I have Georgia, California, and then Alabama. California and Alabama are tied, and then my 1%, the least, would be New York and Illinois.
Okay, so that's really interesting because Alabama and a basic geography lesson for me is that Alabama and Georgia are in the same time zone, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, actually, no, because Atlanta is Eastern, actually.
Yeah.
Parts of it, yeah.
Isn't Atlanta Eastern? Isn't Georgia Eastern?
Georgia's Eastern. We're Central. Alabama's Central. Like
So Central is Illinois?
Chicago time, yeah.
Okay. So this is very, very important. Okay, 7 o'clock on the weekdays suit me, but that's 2 hours before in LA and it's an hour ahead in New York. Would it suit them? I'm just going to have a go. Like this is going to become very important because we're going to daylight. You guys are going to daylight saving next week. In 2 weeks. You probably don't even know that. But on the 8th of March, I have to know this, but on the 8th of March, you're all changing. The ones that don't go are going back to where they were and everyone's changing. So in the first week, a couple of weeks of March, it's just this big shamozzle. We're all trying to work out where everyone is. So if you know that, look, maybe Phoenix doesn't do daylight saving, but I don't have many followers there. I don't have to worry about that. Chicago is a big following. Luckily they're on the same time zone as me, so I just have to think about that. I don't know what's happening in Australia and New Zealand, but I don't have many followers there, so I don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about the people that are not listening, right? Mm-hmm. You've got no listeners in Honolulu. You don't have to worry about what time it is there.
Right.
Sounds obvious, but you can't do. This is what I'm saying. You can't do everything for everyone. I don't think you can talk to a grandmother and a grandson in the same call.
Right.
With the same language. A 1-year-old isn't going to be the same, listen to the same music as a 91-year-old. A 91-year-old might like it, but I'm pretty sure that a 1-year-old's not going to listen to Bing Crosby.
That is so true. And part of me thinks too, though, that at your core you've got to do what you feel is right while trying to figure out where to be. You also have to do what feels right.
When we were talking about this, I think before you came on, Lynn, is we don't necessarily want to change. Like Keith just isn't going to do it anyway, but we don't necessarily want to change kind of who we are or kind of what our main thrust for whatever we're doing is. Can we tune some things? Like I was telling Keith,
Mm.
maybe because he knows that 60% of his audience is in the United States, he might want to take that into, so he doesn't change Keith or doesn't change necessarily sort of how he acts or performs a live,
Mm.
but he may want to think when he's coming up with show ideas to say, hey, is this something it with low impact that I can more target towards the United States? In other words, am I going? I don't, and I can't think of anything off the top of my head that would just be, well, maybe kangaroos, but kangaroos probably are still well liked by other people. But my point is, I don't know if there's a traditional Aussie thing that only Aussies do, but you may not want to focus a show based on
Cricket.
whatever that would be.
No point me talking about cricket.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, UK and India, and there's other places, but to your point, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, you brought it up, and I thought you did a good job of you know, I actually didn't know, by the way, Keith, that the kicker was an Aussie, and they didn't cover that I remember anyway. I mean, they don't go into all sorts of depth, and I didn't know, that he had played Aussie. Now are you talking about soccer? What we call soccer?
No, 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 no. Australia.
So Australian rules, but they're different than our rules.
Have you ever?
Okay.
Well, they're very different to your rules, but have you ever seen a game of Australian rules played?
No.
It's based loosely based. This is a bit of a history lesson. It's loosely based on Gaelic football,
Oh.
which is an Irish game. Because I mean, obviously, the Aboriginal people who were here for 40 years, they didn't invent it. So Australian rules football was invented in Melbourne in I think 1878. And they combined a whole heap of rules of different games, but it's a very, very, very difficult game to describe because it's not like any other game. And when you're watching it, you go, what are they doing?
That's like me watching a rugby game. I'm not into rugby. I mean, I've seen a few, but I couldn't tell you. I mean, okay, so they all get together and get in I think what is a scrum or whatever, and all push on each other. I don't know what the frick they're doing.
Yeah.
So me trying to explain
Once you
a
understand,
rugby game.
once you understand rugby, this is very interesting. I've got another history lesson coming up soon, but Australian rules is a very, very difficult game to play and to talk about. So here's a guy who's living in Australia who goes to Sydney. He might live in Sydney, but he went to Sydney and he was in their team, and they coached him, but they never ever played him. He never played a game in the professional number one side. Then suddenly, this one guy who can kick really, 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 really well said, "Well, I'm just going to go to America and play gridiron. When they love me there, $4 million can't go wrong. I could live on it." You can all do whatever you want to do. We've got several phrases for that. But he must be pretty happy. Goes home once a year at Christmas saying, "Hey, you thought I was going to be hopeless. You want me to buy you a Maserati? In fact, I'll buy you 3. What color do you want?"
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to dig up now that you told me, because I just think it's fascinating that. And again, I don't know if I'm going to dive into Australian rules football, but I just think it's fascinating that he really didn't get played in that league, but he comes over here and wins. I'm not saying he won the Super Bowl for them, but
Why not?
he practically did. I mean, they made a couple touchdowns, but yeah, no, he was absolutely, actually, who was named MVP? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember that. We can Google that in a minute. It wasn't him, but
No, should have been.
it's usually from the it's
I think
usually
it was probably
but
it might have been the running back, but anyway.
But what you might not know, you might not know this, but a rugby league, there's two games: rugby union, rugby league. Rugby league, when you get tackled, you have to stop. In rugby union, when you get tackled, you just keep going and they just jump on you. It's a bloody horrible game. They just jump on you and they try and get the ball off you. I mean, that's a very brutal way to show it. But rugby in itself is a really difficult game. I was too scared to play it. But rugby league is like a sensible version. Like you run, but if you get tackled, you have to stop. And everyone gets off you. And then you play the ball back like they do in gridiron. Rugby was the inspiration for Canadian football, which you probably don't like, but they invented it. They invented that game. And then the Americans took it from them. We can Google this if you want, but the Canadian rugby came first. And they do a longer field and 3 downs, right? It's a different game. A longer field, 3 downs. And then they migrated that game to the US. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I know. So American football came from rugby. And the rules, because I played rugby, are almost identical. In rugby, you get 6 turns, you get 4. And we have to pass, rugby, you have to pass it backwards. That's one of the rules. In the same way that you can't touch the soccer ball with your hand. You know, games have got to have rules. So I understand American football very well because I played rugby. And the game is almost identical.
Mm.
But to your point, here's a guy, and I love this story. Here's a guy that the president of Epic Records famously said, "Don't stay where you are tolerated. Go where you are appreciated." Like if I just ran up and down the street, knocked on the door and says, hey, I'm doing a show tomorrow on YouTube. What? You're doing a show on YouTube? Who cares about that? I mean, if you come to me and said you'd mow my lawn or you wash my car, maybe no worries. Come on Saturday night, we're watching the football, have 6 beers, you're all in. But what are you doing? You're doing a show about microphones on the internet. I don't care about that. And plus, you just talk like everyone else here. I could do one of them. I could walk up and down my street and no one would give a shit about my show. Because I'm an Aussie living in Australia with Australian neighbours who live in Australia that were grown up in Australia, and they want to talk about the football. So you go where you were appreciated, not tolerated. And I've got to be honest, I feel like I'm tolerated on LinkedIn. It's a very, very good chance for a break. And I'm going to play a song which could effectively become my LinkedIn breakup song. Given that this show was not sent to LinkedIn today, they're not going to hear it. I wrote a song called If This Is the Way You're Going, I Might Just Go Away. Because I think I'm almost at the level of writing that big Poison power ballad to say, mate, I think I've had enough. So have a listen to this. I think this really sums up what's going on for me.
This is the way. And I may just go away. You said you're chasing city lights. I prefer the quiet nights. You want a roller coaster ride? I'm cruising easy on the side. No tears, no drama show. Guess we both got places to go. This is the way you are going. Then I may just go away. Gonna grab my keys, start rolling. Wave goodbye to yesterday. No hard feelings, just a breeze. Dancing out of your memory.
Here's the solo. Or is it? I think so. Come on. Not very good.
You got dreams and neon signs. I've got beaches on my mind. We're both right in our own way, just not right in who we stay. No need for second tries. We've got our own blue skies. If this is the way you are going, then I may just go away. Turn the music up, keep glowing. Let the rhythm lead the way. No hard feelings, just a tune. I'll be humming under the moon. So here's to the roads we'll find. Two stories and separate lines. No goodbye that feels too long.
Here comes the solo. Feel it in your heart.
If this is the way you are going, then I may just go away. I'll be smiling, sunshine showing. Life's too short to stay gray.
Okay. If this is the way you are going, I might just go away. So that is dedicated to a social network that shall remain nameless for now. Welcome to the call, Americo. That graphic really determines exactly how I feel today. So I'm pretty excited that you've got that cool graphic going. How you doing? How did your school event go today?
Well, it went not as good as I had anticipated because I had put some outreach and invited some people to come visit. Mind you, I only gave them less than 24 hours notice. I figured, hey, here's an opportunity to offer an open house. People who want to come and visit, and I shared the link and no one showed. So I just got to either time it better or give it a longer tail so that people can plan around it. And so I should have listened to my own advice when I give it to others who ask. Like, don't expect people to drop what they're doing at a minute's notice and show up for you. So
yeah,
I've turned on my notifications. So anyone who hasn't manually turned it off on their end, community members will get a reminder the day prior to an event. And I just need to do a better job at marketing and amplifying the community across my different socials.
Yeah, well, let's have a chat about that. It's a bit scratchy today. I don't know what it is there. Maybe your internet, I think, maybe a bit scratchy today.
Well, I did that today. Even school was scratchy.
Yeah. So I think it might be your internet server, but we can pick up on that. You can either reboot or just stick with us. But here's the stats, the Americo's stats for school. Everyone here is in the school community. So let's have a bit of a chat about how school and Substack differ. They're quite similar in some respects, but in other ways very different. So tell us what you think school is, Americo, and then I want to run through the room and just get everyone's opinion because we're all in it with you. Unless you want to, yeah.
If I sound horrible, I'd rather reboot and come back and spend all the time sharing my explanation.
That's right. We'll wing it. We'll ad lib while you're away. But I think there's a scratchiness, probably an internet connection problem. So check your.
All right, let me read it.
So, Mike, to pick up on this, we've chatted very deeply about Substack, which I love. It's my second home now. But how do you think that compares to school?
Well, I think we talked about this, Keith. I actually think they're perfectly complementary, but they're not the same. And what I mean by that is, while there's some features that are interesting from a community aspect, aka chat, which we've sort of all discovered more recently in Substack, school is really kind of built around community, and this whole concept of just the way it's created now, that with the gamification that Americo is supporting and has turned on and whatnot, with who gets on the leaderboard and such, it just promotes to me. And oh, by the way, I can chat, I can do a post, but I can also chat privately, which I want to do both. I want to be able. The biggest thing for me, Keith, in community is I want to have it available, which school is. I mean, as Substack is to a degree, but I want to have it available 24/7, 365. And to me, that is really well. And the other thing is what I call textual permanence, which is the ability for me to, like I said, either chat privately, offline with you, or in a thread. And the threaded forum, or whatever you want to call, what school is doing, I call it a threaded. When you have a post, then you can reply to it, and that becomes a thread. I think that's very important. Now, you can still do comments in Substack. It's just, it looks different, it feels different. Substack to me is not primarily a community platform. I see Substack's strength as being able, as we've talked about before, is to be able to use it as a hub to send content, out to other platforms. Now, I actually don't know if you can directly send to school from Substack, can you?
No.
So, but anyway, I mean, you could certainly repurpose, or you can link, a Substack post on school. Um, yeah, absolutely. And we've talked a lot about this, Keith. It's like, so how do I, once I gain an audience, or if I want to build an audience, how do I encourage them, not just with me, because you want to do that, or at least some of us want to do that, but also with each other. How can I encourage them to discuss whatever it is, and that's one thing, Keith, I think we probably need to talk about, because to be honest, I was out digging myself out. I had America's show on my calendar, but I just got busy, and I think that's part of the problem, right? Is, so how do you keep that in front of people's eyes, in a community? um yeah, that can be a challenge. And you know too, I mean, I think you've had shows that people didn't show up for, and talk to the rooster, or at least initially. And so, by the way, I sent this out on multiple platforms and in multiple ways, about the show, so we had some traffic, going outbound. But that's a calculus again, I think. It's like, well, how much of my day, particularly if I'm more doing this for fun and not for business, how much of my day do I want to spend on, for lack of a better word, priming the pump? And to make sure at least some folks show up. And I think what happens with your shows, Keith, it seems to me that, and we don't have a lot of people right now on YouTube, but I think there's probably, I think your audience tends to um, build over time, if that makes any sense. And you have longer shows, so of course you do that.
I don't get warmed up for 90 minutes. It's very important that we have this discussion, because I really want to have this discussion around community versus audience.
Mm.
My show is a long show and I want people to come. I really don't care who watches the replay. I honestly don't care. If you want to watch the replay, I'm glad that it's available to you and that you enjoy it. But I don't really care about that. What I personally care about is that we are chatting right now and that we are enjoying you and us and me are enjoying the process, and that I do a show that's inspiring enough for people to come. And when it goes, I stop. And then I go away and do other things. Right. So what I have done as a concession, and it is a concession, but I don't mind doing it, is that I now write articles on Substack. Write's an interesting word. I'll talk about this in a minute. But I create articles on Substack which summarize what we talked about for all those people that didn't come. And the replay is available on YouTube, but I don't care if you watch it. I mean, it's up to you. I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to push it because most people don't watch it, and that makes me very, very depressed. So,
But let me stop you because I sometimes you don't give yourself enough credit, and hear me out. When you're posting those articles, first of all, you have people that are fans, for lack of a better word, or interest in your content. Let's put it that way. And so after the show, like I said, sometimes I miss, I get busy, whatever the case is, and so, man, I missed Keith's sound check. I want to be able to go back and listen to. I understand, that's not your jam, but there are people or even people that show up on the stage that do want to, hear what happened. Like, like for tomorrow, I may want to know what happened today, if that makes any sense, so that we can have,
and I make
what continuity and all that stuff. So I think what I'm saying is what you're doing is a form. You may not even be doing it on purpose, but for me, it's a form of priming the pump. Number one, you're showing that you care about the audience. Number two, it's sort of a way to keep you in front of my eyeballs, so that I'm more likely to remember. I think it's really important, and I don't know if we talk about this enough. I think it's not just team replay, it's really what you're doing to keep your audience engaged with this community, which is what America is doing, which I personally am very passionate about community building. And I think it's certainly good for business. If you've been in any large corporations, they have usually, they call them different things. You can call them customer focus groups, customer, whatever, interest groups, whatever. But that's a extremely valuable way of keeping in front of your customer. You have to be careful about how you sort of manage that, because that can sometimes work against you if they're sharing secrets, so to speak, about how we had a situation. I was in a service company, and we had different tiers of service. And so we were providing basically the same level of service to all of those folks. And people were like, well, why am I paying top tier for the, you know, top money for the top tier service when I can basically get something similar? So we actually had to change. We did it kind of subtly, but we had to change the way we were actually servicing our customers, because they had talked in these customer groups, and they said, "Why am I paying, premium uh, uh, so, cost for premium service when I can get it, and pay for a
and
lower
this is
service?"
actually the point I'm making. So with Substack, which I love, like I adore it, I absolutely adore it. I'm right in. I'm 110% into Substack. Like it is my new home. I'm going to play a song in a minute called Substack Feels Like Home. And the reason I love it is that it's completely free to use. And if I decide to turn on monetization, they facilitate that and take 10%. Right? I just love that model. And when someone does decide to pay, if they do decide to pay, I've got to, as you just said, I've got to say, well, look, you got to get something extra.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I can't expect you to just give me $8 a month for an oven. I mean, you might like me, and I do have some power bills, and I've got to buy new tech, but you shouldn't be expected to pay for that. So Substack allows you this subscription model. If you do want to pay $8 a month, here's what you get. And if you want to pay it annually, this is what you get, and you save money by doing it in a chunk. And then if you're really, really into this, I haven't turned this really on yet, but I will one day. If you really want to learn more, I'll do a series of coaching calls just for you or the group, maybe maximum of 10, and we'll get stuck in. Right? Now, I love this model. I just love this model. I'm so into Substack. I'm so into it. Like I've already played the LinkedIn farewell song. That's where I'm going now. I'm going here. But school has a totally different version of this. And that is it's $9 a month or $99 if you get really popular. And then it has a whole series of other tools. And it picks up on the discussion. Do you want an audience or do you want a community? You know, if I was in AC/DC, say, for instance, I was Youngest Young and I was that clever, and I was the lead guitarist for AC/DC, do you think I'd be doing little forums about how to play guitar? And no, I'm busy gigging. I'm doing it. I'm out there doing it. I'm out there doing the gig. And you can come and see me play, and maybe if I've got time, I'll teach you how to play the solo to Thunderstruck, but I haven't got time. I'm busy gigging, right? That's my model. I'm busy gigging, right? But other people say, no, it's all about community. We need to chat to each other. We need to help each other out. And I try to be a nice bloke. But I'm not as passionate about the concept of community as you are, Mike. I'm more into audience. I want people to come to the show. I want them to talk about the show. I want them to come on the show. And then, you know, if I've got time, I will talk to them in between, which I do. But there's only one of me. Right? I'd rather be playing guitar in front of 100,000 people than holding a workshop on how to play guitar. So it's the eight people that I went into the city for story, right? I could go into the city and talk to 8 people and get my face on a poster, or I could do a gig on the internet and reach 1,800 people in the same time. It's a no-brainer for me, but that's the way my mind works. Let's bring Americo and Lynn in on this idea. School versus a Substack, community versus audience. What a fantastic discussion. America, let's see, first of all, if your sound has improved, and I'd love to hear what you think about these two models.
I still hear the crackle in the internet signal.
Yeah, there is. I think this is a wire. This is a wire in your headphones probably, or in your mic. If you hear crackle in your headphones, even if you're not talking, then I think that's a crackle in your wire. Probably in either a cord in the mic, or it might be the wire in the headphones, because that's what I typically would call crackle.
We're hearing the crackle, so if I had to guess, it would be in the mic. But
try it. I mean, you've got a Shure SM58. We could try a different mic. We could try a different. It's only very subtle, but when you talk, it breaks up, which was what
I can hear it.
Makes me think it could have been the internet. But it's quite robotic. Can you do a speed test? What are you getting there?
Check.
I'll send you while you're doing that. I'll chat to Lynn. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Lynn, about Substack versus school, because I know you're in both. What do you think as a newbie to both? What do you think? How do they differ for the people who have never heard of either or not really using them?
Well, I think, as far as school goes, what I'm going to do with it is use it for group travel, because that is going to be my focus in the new year, is to focus more on group travel and offer more variety for not just cruise, but tours too. And I will be using it as sort of an education, as a tool to educate people on the various tours and places that I'm going. And so that's what I'm going to use school for. And for Substack, I think Mike I agree. Substack is really good for, those little impromptus that I want to, informational lives that I like to do. Then I usually will put them on, because it uploads to my YouTube really easily. And I don't know if LinkedIn is having issues with us doing that now, but I was at one time sending them to LinkedIn as well. And it does go to, you can even send it to Facebook. So that's what I love about using Substack for. So yeah, that's how I'm using it right now. Anyway.
So Substack school really is a community of people that want to travel the world. You teach them how to do that in a group or individually. And you've got that one thing in common. Everyone in that school group wants to travel. That's what you have in common. So even if you're not there, and this is the great thing that they could do, even if you're not there, they could talk to each other about travel. Hey, guess what? We're going to Greece in October. Has anyone been to Greece? Yeah, actually, you got to go to this really cool place. It's about an hour from Athens. Geez, that really nice spanakopita. You got to go there. It's so good. And there's a hotel nearby. You can stay overnight, and there's a beautiful view, and there's a monastery, and it was built in 1844. And here's some great photos. So community often takes care of itself.
Yeah.
It's a very cool thing. If you've got a community that is so into what you're doing, you don't even have to be there, and they'll take care of it. And that's what you want. You want this sort of like this really good community, which we now have a Facebook group for. When I had so much trouble last week, we've now got about 10 people in this Facebook group that have been on the show before thinking, look, this is a central place outside of the LinkedIn ecosystem that we at least can contact each other. And it's a place to meet. And yesterday, Bez just did an impromptu Facebook call, which was very cool. It was about RSS feeds and podcasting, and it was very good. It was a very good show. Is that a good summary, Mike? Have you been in communities that run themselves even if the moderator's not there? He might not be back. And America, I think, is rebooting. Yeah, you're back? You're back.
I'm back. The crackle's gone. I changed the XLR cable. Last week we were toying around and I had switched the XLR. I went back to the original XLR. I don't hear the crackle. Do you hear the crackle?
It's not a crackle. I actually think it's the internet. Have you done a speed test? What do you think the speed is?
I did do a speed test. I was at, hold on here. I was at 239 download, 209 upload.
Yeah, that should be okay. What do you think it is, Mike? This has been a challenge every week now. I'm really quite challenged by it. It's good in a way. It's a good challenge, but we want to get you sounding as good as possible because you did that fantastic show last week with Andrew. That was just a game changer, wasn't it? And what a great show.
It was a great show, and Andrew was very apologetic because he ran out of time. He planned the event poorly. He had the date and the time in his calendar, but forgot to tell his wife, and she was outside, locked out in the cold. The doorbell started ringing, and he had to go let her in. So we cut it short, but it was still a very good conversation. Yeah. And he's open to coming back and making up for what we lost. So he'll be back.
It's a very good discussion because when he did have to cut it short, I created a blog post. I was quite upset. Like I felt like you'd cut me off at half time. And I wrote a blog post called The Importance of Q&A After. This is a fascinating discussion. It sort of picks up on the live streaming idea. So I've known very, very famous people to say, oh, mate, I don't do Q&A. I'll prepare the interview and I'll talk about what I know, but I'm not doing Q&A. I'm not doing things in the moment on the cuff. Anything could happen. All right, no worries. That's your loss because that's what I want. I want you to be able to talk off the cuff because you know what you're talking about. And sometimes I feel like it's cheating. What do you mean you're not going to do Q&A? You're scared I'm going to find you out. Don't you know what you're talking about? Did you just get it out of the internet? I've had people perfectly, seamlessly do these interviews and then you ask them a question, go, well, I guess I probably should know that, but I didn't research that bit. That wasn't on the internet. You didn't ask me to Google that. Well, don't you just know it? I mean, aren't I interviewing you because you're a specialist? No, I haven't come across that. Just a fake, right? That's what I
always tell people, like, I'm not going to share the questions in advance because I don't want you to read your answers back to my listening community. What I will tell you is that every question that I conjure up, it's from your social footprint. So I'm drawing on your social footprint, what you're sharing in the public. So if there's something that you want me to stay away from asking you, then let me know now. Otherwise, I'm using your LinkedIn About page and whatever else a prompt will pull up on you across the World Wide Web.
Yeah. Let's there's two ways I can go here. One is I can ask the question, is Q&A important, and I want to prime that. But what I'd love to hear, Americo, is I'd love to hear how your shows with Jay differ from your shows on your own. When you're on your own, I think you showcase your skill. You're very, very, very good at that. When you do your shows with Jay, you are bouncing off each other, and that's a style of show. But we don't hear you very much.
Right.
We don't hear you as much. We hear the guest and Jay and you. So you're sort of splitting your time at best 30%. But sometimes I feel like I just want you to talk more, because you're sort of
Fair enough.
you're letting the show run itself. Whereas when you run your own show, it's your show. You are the show, and the guest, your guest, and you are in complete control. It's a much more dynamic show, I believe. I'd be interested whether others have been to your other shows. But can you explain how those two shows differ and what you think they are? And we'll get a bit of a discussion going for that, because I want to see you succeed, and I think you showcase your skill better when you are the host.
Yes, but I do this intentionally so that people who want to work with me get to see and experience two different styles, two different formats of shows. One exhibits me more as a moderator, and you'll suddenly see me on center stage. It's really about letting the panel feed off of each other. Where the one where it's just me, it's also intentional. Interview style, it showcases me, so it's done on purpose. Just to give different optics for those who, find themselves in that quandary. It's like, I really don't know what style, what format. It's like, all right, well, I do a variation. I do on camera, I do off camera. I'll do a panel periodically. I'll bring on a panel, but I'll also have a co-host. So you get to feel the energy and the vibe when you're feeding off of each other.
That's
versus,
good.
Right?
Yeah, you showcase
in terms of engagement, I'm going off of memory here, but if I put the two shows side by side, the one with Jay probably gets more engagement, and I would chalk that up to, you got one extra person promoting to their audience. So you are going to get more reach, and as a result of more reach, you should expect more engagement.
I love this discussion. Mike, have you been to both? Because I know you go to a lot. Someone says that, do we know Claude? I don't know what that means. But do you go to both shows, Mike? And if you got an opinion on whether it'd be better to do your own show or be a co-host of a show or a guest on a show, I'd love to know. Claude as in AI. Okay, I'll come back to that in a minute. Sorry. What do you think, Mike? Which would you prefer? Host your own show, co-host a show with someone else, or be a guest on a show?
All of the above.
Okay, that's a good quick answer. But how do you think Americo does those two, and what does that feel like to you?
I think, well, again, for me, it's what's the use case. So Americo is going to want to help people start their own shows. So it makes perfect sense for him to co-host their show to get them started. It also makes, because of the storytelling one, and the gentleman that he has on, Jay, I think it makes perfect sense for that show to have a co-host. And I think a lot of it really comes down to how comfortable are you? Like, I love being on your shows. Do I want to start my own show around my music? Yes. And again, I'm going to have to just launch and sort of figure out as I go, because I have a problem as a creative and just as an individual where I let perfect get in the way of good, and that's something I need to work on.
Yeah.
Um,
No right or wrong answer. I mean,
yeah,
I love doing a show. I love being a guest on a show, and I love being a co-host on a show. What I don't like is having co-hosts on the show, and that's because they often don't turn up. And so I've been doing this since 2008, and the amount of times that it's 1 minute to 10 and thinking they're not here. Oh shit, mate, I forgot. What do you mean you forgot? We've been promoting it for 4 weeks. Oh yeah, just shit happens, car broke down and kids are sick. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. I get that. Life gets in the way. But we've got a show and I'm live in 1 minute. And now I got to do it on my own.
well,
I don't want you to put me in that position ever again. So
yeah, I think to your point, Keith, I mean, you both have to, if for co-hosting, you have to have that commitment. And if you don't have that commitment, then, and I guess you learned the hard way. Um, it seems like for the most part, Jay is committed. He may or may not have emergencies on occasion, and that's life, right? But and hopefully he gives uh, America enough time in advance, right, that maybe he can get a guest co-host. Or I don't know. I mean, I understand life happens, but to your point, particularly at short notice, that's not good. That's not professional or anything else, whatever you want to call that, a friend, or I wouldn't do that to a friend or maybe even my enemy. So I think from that perspective, and even the guest thing though, because I take my role, and just like I did with a father, I take my role as a guest very seriously. So if you're going to invite me, I want to be the best version of myself as possible to bring to your show, because I'm as invested. I don't know how to put this. We're both wanting to promote the best version of ourselves, so to speak, to the audience, and so I take that role as a guest as serious as I would a host.
I love it. It's a very important point because it picks up on what we're talking about, podcasting versus live stream. We'll come back to this in a minute. I'll give Linus a chance at this idea, and then I want to bring Americo in to talk about the idea of Q&A. And I want to have this discussion because I think Q&A is the essence of what I do. And I know that Gary Vee, who is my hero, he just does 100% Q&A because he's so comfortable with what he knows that he can handle any question. And I can tell you for sure, as a guy that's in that position, it's a thrill. Now, it's scary, but if you don't know your stuff, then, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. So, Lynn, what do you think? Have you been to both Americo's show where he does his own hosting and he's very good at it and he showcases his skill and he wants to do this for others? And have you also been a place on his show where he's a co-host, which means at best he's getting 30% of the mic, but he's showcasing the co-hosting idea, which is another skill, very good skill. Have you been to both of those? And what's your thoughts? Would you rather do your own show, co-host a show, or be a guest?
Well, I don't think for my purposes that co-hosting is going to be, something that I would, not that I'm necessarily opposed to it. I just don't think that there's a need for it with what I'm doing and what I'm trying to build. But for Americo's show, Americo was the very first on LinkedIn that I ever listened to. And I just thought he was naturally talented and should, have his own show, period, because he was just so good at the whole format, from beginning to end. And I just think he's naturally talented with it.
that's sort of what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So have you ever been to see a band and you think, hang on, that guy that's sort of playing second guitar, doing the harmonies in the choruses, he should have his own band. Have you ever been to a band and you think this guy should have his own band? Like, he's really good. Like,
Mhm.
he's playing the second guitar and playing harmony vocals, but we know he's better than that. And that's sort of what I'm interested in, the idea that it's great to have a co-host. It's great to be a co-host. But I'm putting it out there that I think I feel that you're underplaying yourself. But it's a good strategy because, America, you want to show that you can play all roles. This is especially important if you want to have clients who might have different skills. Some people want you to lead, some people want you to be a co-host, some people want you to follow, and you can play the game. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's very good. Like, it's very, very good. So, okay. Jay, your show with Jay is awesome. I just think your show by yourself is better. That's the way I'm going to say that. So
Ask Jay to share the story. The one day that he missed or was late showing up to one of our events, he got pulled over by ICE in a road blockade. I said, if you look at it, it's quick judge and discriminate that he may be Mexican. But I'll let him tell you the story because it was
yeah.
It was quite comical.
Because Guam is a colony or a province of America, isn't it? Isn't it Guam?
That's right.
It's a little protectorate. I'll tell you. I'll figure out the first exact phrase. But Mike, this is a question for you, and we'll give everyone a turn. Do you think Q&A is important in live streamings, or is it okay to just talk at people?
This sounds like I'm wishy-washy, but I'm not. It all depends on your use case and what you're trying to do. I believe for audience interaction, it's essential. And particularly, like, if I had to pigeonhole or put your content in a box, it would be knowledge transfer around audio. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, good one. Yeah.
So, to me, one of the things, and again, this is just how my mind works, I would want to make sure that what I spent 3 hours or 2 hours or however long trying to get across landed. So, and it's not just that. It's again, I'm kind of passionate about all this stuff. I want engagement. I want to have interaction with my audience. And I mean, why else kind of would I be doing either a live stream or a podcast if I don't want interaction? I mean, what am I doing this for? And for a business, for me, it's critical to know what impact you're having on your listeners. So I don't know. And again, if you're doing more of a webinar type thing, or if it's just like monologue and there's other ways to get at that feedback, I suppose. But particularly if you're doing a live and you want to engage your audience, I don't know why you wouldn't do Q&A.
Yeah. Well, I'll throw to America because he's been given so many, look, out of their skew. People that are famous, like people that know their stuff, should be better. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Not putting myself on the spot. Oh, no, I haven't got time. I don't even know the excuses. But I want to share this really cool story about Clubhouse at the time. This person was very, 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 very good at audio mixing, especially the Rodecaster 2 when it just came out. I saw this happen. He started a live stream because it had to be on your phone. He turned the phone over. Didn't even look at the comments, talked solidly for 90 minutes. Didn't even look at the phone, just had to get it out. And we asked him, well, why are you doing that? Oh, I don't care what they think. I just have to talk. I'm just telling you what I know. I don't care. I don't want to take questions. I mean, we had a big fight about this. And I thought, well, what are you doing? Why are you going on Clubhouse and not answering questions? Well, why should I? I know what I know. And if they want to know more, they can ring me. Okay. Well, that's just not a social experiment, is it? It's not a social call. It's you telling them what you know, hoping that they feel so inspired by your vast wisdom that they feel inspired to ring you and pay you. I mean, that's a 20th century model, maybe 18th century model. And we had a big fight about it. He subsequently has never been on my show since, and that's okay because he's not a very nice person. But Q&A, I think, is absolutely important. Like, it's absolutely essential. But Americo, I want to pick up on this. What can you? Let's have this discussion. What are some of the excuses that some of your guests have said about why they don't want to do Q&A? Is it just fear, or is it time, or is it something else?
I wouldn't say that it's fear as much as it is the uncertainty, because they're already coming into my show unscripted, because I won't front load them with the questions, and to be presented with questions from the audience, something that they're not used to. And that's one thing that I advocate for, is an immersive and interactive experience. I want the audience to be part of the conversation.
It's very cool. I just remember some of these very high-profile guests that supposedly know what they're talking about. You know, and I'm listening to the show, and at the 50-minute mark, he says, "Oh, we'll do that next time." What do you mean next time? I've been listening to you for 50 minutes. I've got so many questions. I'm right here, right now. I'm burning. And you just want to, I mean, that pisses me off. I've got to be honest, it just pisses me off.
Keith, as a guest on Americo's show, first of all, he asked very good questions. So I'm gonna say that up front. But just again, because of my personality, I like to be prepared. And I'm glad at least we had some of a meet. When I did the show with I'm gonna forget her name now. Is it Paige? Yeah, Paige. And I thought it was a great show. But again, when I'm guesting, regardless of how well I know the first of all, I kind of want to know, even just broad strokes, where you're going to go. I don't need to know every jot and tittle of your how you're going to do your show running, but I like to know what universe we're playing in. And I mean, very broadly, I knew what universe we were playing in, but I didn't necessarily know exactly where you wanted to go. And I was fine answering your questions, but I'm just saying from a guest perspective, how you want to run your show is your business. But from my perspective, even if I'm kind of considered the expert, I always like to know a little bit about kind of where we're going. But that said, I also think maybe there is something authentic. So to your point, if it's too front loaded and too scripted, then you can kind of come with pat answers, or something that's a little too well, you could say it's a little too polished. But I think there's some authenticity, and to be honest, I still think this right here, what we're doing today, right now, is greater than the sum of the parts that the four of us could come up with. And part of that is that unscripted live vibe where we're all kind of walking without a wire here, and there is, I don't know how to say it, there's something to be said about doing a show like that, where it doesn't feel canned, it doesn't feel scripted, and yet we have four people in our respective areas of expertise that can bring something to the table.
Yeah, I love this. I think it's very important, and this is why I have these discussions, and why I ask these really chunky questions. Like, I don't want to do it. I've been podcasting since 2008. I've done it. I don't want to do it again. My wife and I have a process where we never go to the same place twice. My sister goes to Bali every year. Like we've been to so many countries, we never go back because there's so many more we haven't been to. That's our philosophy. If it's good, we might go back a second time on the way back from something. But there's so many countries to see, I don't want to go again. And the same sort of thing here. I've done podcasting. I know how to do it. I did it for 10 years. I've done it. I don't want to do it again. I have no interest in doing it, but I love live streaming. But of course, what it means to me is that I've done podcasting. So why shouldn't I share that part of my story from 2008 till say 2020? Someone might want to know how to do it. I might as well share it. I've done it. I can talk about it at length. So I might as well share that, even though I personally don't want to do it. So that's why I'm always asking the questions. What is the point? Why, what do you want to do? Do you want to do podcasting and have a great sound? Or do you want to have a live stream and have a great conversation? Right? You can have a great conversation with the guest that's in the room. Like that's a great conversation. But do you want to have an impromptu conversation? It's scary, but so exciting. And I'm really quite challenged, Americo, by why your sound is so choppy. I'm really quite challenged by this. For you, I really want to solve it, but I think
I
out
think
of
it's the internet. Yeah, I do believe it's the internet because I've been kicked off stream a couple of times now.
That's a pity. Hopefully that won't. Can you put a booster on? Is there someone else watching TV? I guess you share the internet with someone else in the house, don't you?
Well, there are other people watching TV, but it's never been that that one thing that knocks us out.
Okay, this is actually
But
a very
I've noticed this from this morning. It was very crackly, and if you notice my avatar, it's gone black twice. That's disconnects me from
now we're onto something. With live streaming, fun that it is, exciting that it is, live that it is, authentic that it is, the one thing we have to concede is that it's quite dangerous in the sense that it might not work. Like I after our massive conversation on Facebook yesterday, I was just checking my LinkedIn and it went away. I've been banned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Right, I've been banned about 100 times. So I now can't rely on LinkedIn, and I'm really seriously thinking about stopping using it altogether. Because I planned the show that I've had planned today, and especially the one tomorrow, I planned in January. And I've been telling everyone about it. Next week, we've got Vivek and Ron Rosen coming in to talk about Substack. I'm not convinced she's going to be able to get in. And that pisses me off. So the advantage, the big advantage that we can't deny of doing a podcast is that you can do this amazing show on, say, Riverside or some sort of really smicko place, play it in HD, record it, edit it. It sounds great, upload it, works every time. There's no denying that is like an ideal format if you've got the time. But it takes a lot of time. I've done it. I know how to do it. But and I'm beyond that now. Like I'm beyond that all that effort. But the thing that's great about it is once you load it up into the cloud and it sounds good, it's there. And people can just click on it and listen to it on the train. This is the one thing that my shows do not get. And have you thought of doing a podcast, pure podcast, Mike? Have you thought that could be a way of people listening on the train or the tram or driving in the car, a way of hearing your songs in a pure format?
Funny you should mention that because I already have a podcast.
Yeah, what is it? Tell me about that.
I have a podcast and I didn't even know I had one. And I'm being a little facetious, but I didn't know. Keith, I just found this out, was it last night? That my tracks that I have up on Signature Soundworks now are actually podcasts. And I found out I had around 33 views, but 63 downloads. So I already have a podcast. And again, I have to think if that's how I want to use, or one of the uses of Substack, it would be because, Keith, one of the things that obviously I'm trying to do is attract customers, specifically, folks like uh, Miss Lynn here that I did a song for. And I already have her song up on what's now called Signature Soundworks on that publication, so that people can get a sample of what I am able to do,
Bingo.
and they're able to do that today. Now, what I still don't completely understand, I don't understand, and I don't know how exactly they're getting it, that they're able to click on. I mean, I kind of know, but so there's a down. I don't know even how to explain this, but there's a picture that has a soundtrack associated. They're playing that, and that's counting as a podcast, and they're downloading it. So that's fine. And I have to keep on looking at this to see exactly, do I want to maybe even have a paid publication to say, for my customers, maybe that's even a way that I give, like a way to preview their song, or maybe again, I have to figure this out, and I'd want to get um sign off and all that stuff, but maybe that's a way for me to again use that as a form of advertising, and so that would be one way. But and that's only one business. I plan on also releasing non-custom tracks, meaning birthdays and weddings and all that. So just a normal song that I came up with, and you can buy it or stream it. My understanding more and more is I'm going to be better off trying to sell the tracks as opposed to streaming, because there's all sorts of reasons. But I think that at least initially I'm going to try to focus on selling the tracks. And then, like I said, so there's two separate businesses. One would be what I'm calling Signature Soundworks, which is your custom track for whatever your event or your show is. And then the other one would be just a normal song that I've created.
Oh, let me pick up on this because I've got a very good example that will probably work exactly for you. And you've got an example there. So it's just a variation. I did a show from 2008 to 2010 called Career Success Radio. I was a career counselor. And the show was on Monday morning, 10 a.m. And the basic idea is if you're listening to this, you don't want to go to work. So you need to call me because I'm a career counselor. that was the idea of the show, right? And all these people would call in, and we worked out that most people in Australia weren't calling. There were people calling in from other places. But anyway, that show went for 2 years, had 108 shows, 80,000 downloads, listened to 127 countries, right? So that's possibly my number one success, but didn't make very much money, and we stopped it. So my co-host, she was the host, I was the co-host. She said, look, as a favor to you, because I know you're upset, I'm going to interview you, and I'm going to create a podcast from your skill set, and we're going to put it out there, and I'm going to do this really, really, really high quality. So I decided to morph into becoming a Twitter coach, which I did for 15 years. And so she interviewed me, and we coined the phrase "crack the Twitter code" with Keith Keller. I'm making up. This is a very, very, very good point. That show's had like about 5,000 views, 5,000 listens. I got gigs out of that. I got offers to speak all over the world, and even get on a plane and go to Austria and New Zealand. True story, Jamaica. And I spoke all over the world via the internet as a result of this particular free offering. And what I used to do, and I'm very proud of this, what I used to do is I said, look, you probably don't know what I do. So here's a 10-part podcast. You listen to that. The basics are there. If you think that you want me, I'm happy to contact you again and we can work together. If you don't get through the 10 parts, then I'm not the right person for you. If you get to the end, ring me back and I'll come to your event. I got hundreds of gigs out of that, Mike. Hundreds. It's still a functioning place. SoundCloud.com/crack the Twitter code. Thousands of people listen to it. And it was like a demo. So we recorded it once in 2014. It sounded great. And I got lots of gigs, and I'm very proud of that. And so what you're doing there is you've got now a place where people can go, look, I want to hear some of your songs. Well, yeah, you just go to suchandsuch.com and there's a whole heap of songs there. You pick one you like, let me know, call me back. And if you can't be bothered listening to them, then I don't want you to call me back because you're not into it. And they self-select then. People going, oh, look, I'm a bit busy. Well, if you're a bit busy, then I'm a bit busy too. So, but people that get it and say, mate, this is good. This is good. Can you come over? Like, can we do this today? Yep. All right. You're sort of setting the tone. You're giving them the first step. You're letting them bounce off. So you're doing the right thing. You're absolutely doing the right thing.
I'm sort of following what, and I think I brought this up before. I don't know if you know who Rick Rubin is, but basically what he said was the audience comes last. And that sounds weird coming from a musician, but what he's really saying is you do it for the art first. And I think a lot of people are trying to do it for the money, and the money doesn't come because they're trying to focus too much on the money and not the art. Or they're trying to figure out where the money is, and they just kind of chase all sorts of things. So I'm just saying, no, I kind of know what my strong points are. This is what I'm offering, and if you like what I did for other people, here's samples. Here's what I can do for you. And at some point, Keith, I may even say basically, like right now, I'm kind of leaving it open. I'm actually creating a intake form, to basically say, what are you looking for? At some point, I might just say, did you like what I did for Lynn? Well, Lynn had very little input into what I did for Lynn, and she likes it. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to, I don't know exactly where I'm going to, go with that because I do want a collab, right? But at the same time, like I always had a dream as an artist that people would come, or as a photographer, people would come and say, I like what you did or like what you're doing. Can you do something like this for me? But it's still it's still your art or whatever you want to call it, but I'm commissioning you to do this because I've actually done, to be honest, Keith, I've done commissioned work before where the client didn't know what they wanted, and then you're down. It's very frustrating from a creative standpoint, and to be honest, it's not something I really want to do. So one of the things I'm looking at doing from a pricing or whatever perspective is up front is I'm going to say, look, you only get X amount of rewrites, and that's it. And I'm going to have different tiers, but even the top tier, I don't think you're not going to get anywhere near endless rewrites. I'm going to cap it off at something reasonable and say, if you really want to rewrite, then you're going to have to sit down. If you don't like what I've done, then we have to really work together like once or twice, and that's it. And if you absolutely hate it, then I'll say thanks for wasting my time and see you later. But I'm hoping that that's not the case, and that people are going to like, because to your point, they're kind of self-selecting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let me bring you in, Zakir. I know you've often said, why don't we do both? But I'd like to start here. Podcasting or live streaming? If you had to choose, and we don't have to choose, but if you had to choose, what do you think of the advantages and disadvantages of each?
That seems like a million. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry for being late. How's my audio? Just questioning first.
Are you in the car?
I am in the car,
We can tell because you don't have your normal golden
but it's
broadcast
not
voice with you.
distracting, right? Not the
No,
normal voice, but it's not too distracting, is it?
Right?
No,
Yeah, you're like you're on a walkie-talkie. It's like you're doing a bit of a Maxwell Smart talking on your shoe phone.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, to answer your question, if I had to choose and I only got one, I would go with live streaming over podcasting. And the reason for that is just all of the benefits that we've seen just with the sound checks, but then also my experience with it. That was my introduction into building an audience. And live streaming, there's just something there about creating a connection with an audience,
Mm.
especially if you're doing something with your hands that's artistic in a way. um, People are able to see the process, come along for the journey, and you can kind of build not just a community of people that are followers, but ultimately a large percentage of them can become customers too if you're going in the business lane.
And
So
you
I
do,
would absolutely choose live streaming over podcasting.
you do a video live streams, which are really an art unto themselves, and they really are a really separate genre, aren't they?
They are absolutely. You have to be very cognizant of how you look. All the mistakes everything that can go wrong will go wrong on a video live stream, and you have to be okay with that. I remember during the pandemic, there was a reporter and his kid came, and I think they were in the walker or something. It made massive news during the pandemic because they're in the walker. The nanny comes chasing them in, and all of that, and he froze, and that's typically not what you want to do, but things like that happen. So yeah, it is an art form when you are on video and live, not pre-recorded.
Oh, this is very good. And I wanted to ask, and I've been meaning to ask this for a very long time. Did you ever contact, or did Layla ever contact you? Because you guys have an amazing synergy. This is probably the best use case for live streaming I've ever seen. Here's a
we
person in Vancouver.
we connected on LinkedIn, but both of us are sucking at the follow-up and locking it in terms of actually meeting outside of the live stream, but we have done the first step and made the connection thanks to this show.
And there's no way in the world you would have met a girl in Vancouver who makes stuff and sells it on the internet if it wasn't for a live show. How could you have met her?
Never. Never, unless we ended up at a similar conference where there's hundreds of people, and still the odds are slim to none.
Yeah, you could just walk straight past them. So I wanted to follow that up because Layla, I've introduced Layla to a few people. You know that I love that's my power suit. I love introducing people. I've introduced to a career counselor in Vancouver Island. I've introduced her to Bez, and I've introduced her to you. So this is a very, very good use case, and I don't mind talking about this, even though this is not my skill set. Video live streaming, that is like the cream of the crop. You've got to have everything going. Like, it's really hard. I know this because I've done it, and I had a migraine every night. So video live streaming. Does anyone have any questions for Zakia? Because she's really good at this. Have you thought of doing video live streaming, Lynn, or is that just a little bit outside your comfort zone for now?
Well, I mean, what I do or what I have done has just been very short. Like I said, not necessarily. No, I'm still not quite in a scheduled way of doing things, I suppose. You know, if I'm doing anything live, it's really, like I said, it's just really more of an announcement type of live, but not really a show per se. You know, I'm not doing that. The I don't know that I will do something like that. I mean, if I do things with that are live, like with my travels, it's really that kind of footage that might be stuff that I would go in and, you know, maybe even what do you call edit some of it just so it, you know, and then it wouldn't be live. Then it would be something I'm showing, because some of what I did find out on my last cruise, that doing lives were not really that didn't work out so well on board ship. So I don't know that I could really do lives. It would be more recordings, I think. You know.
If I can add, I think lives would do really well in short, snappy, bite-sized pieces for the travel industry. If you take, for instance, what's happening today or what's happened in the last 24 hours in Mexico.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
A short video for travel risk management. Hey, if you're stuck in Puerto Vallarta, here's what I recommend. And you start educating and raising awareness that you are the trusted travel advisor in 60 to 90-second stints, but you do that live, it's going to replay, it's going to loop, and you can repurpose it. But it's
Yeah.
real, it's in the moment, and it impacts real travel events that are happening in real time.
And people want to know. Just to showcase what happened, in 2020, when we had really massive lockdowns here, I challenged myself. I'm pretty proud of this. I challenged myself to live online for 12 months. I did everything online. I did the shopping, everything was online because we couldn't leave the house. It was illegal, $200 fine, police on every corner, massive. So we had to stay inside for 23 hours, and we had 1 hour where we could go to the shops to get basic food, and we could walk the dog or just go and get a coffee. So I challenged myself during that time, and I created a show on YouTube, which I'm very proud of, called Better Than Real Life TV. And I looked at everything that I can do online that is actually better than the real life version that I'd had in 2019. So much so that when March 2022 came out and they knocked on the door and says, you can go now. The cops are gone. It's not illegal to go to the shops anymore. I didn't want to. I said, well, what do you mean? I'm getting stuff delivered every day. I don't want to go to the shops. There's people there. There's crowds. I don't want to go out. And a lot of people had a lot of trouble leaving the house. A lot of people. In fact, I jokingly said I was the Australian version of that Japanese soldier that they found in 1974 in the Philippines. The war had been over 33 years, and he'd been eating goats and gophers for 30 years. And the commander, his commander, I don't know if you know this story, but his commander, the guy that actually told him to go, came to his sort of village or his dugout. He says, mate, the war was over 30 years ago. It's okay. Can you come home? Your kids are still alive and they miss you. Are you sure? The war's over. Come on, I'm enjoying this. I quite like gopher. And the boss, the commander, the general had to come and get him. And I feel a little bit like that. In 2020, we were told we couldn't leave the house, and I embraced it. And I really, this show, I'm very proud of this show. Like, it's a 10-part series, Better Than Real Life. I showcased everything that you can do online that is better than real life. Events, online shopping, everything. You ring up people to deliver food to your house. Don't have to get in the car, don't have to drive in traffic, don't have to find a park. Just comes to your house, drop it off. Hello, pay me online. And of course, I'm taking the piss out of myself now. But I know how to live stream. But what happened during this time is I had a migraine every night because I'm looking into the screen. I'm managing 3 people on the screen. I'm managing the comments, right? And I've got boy brain. I could not. This was massive for me. I reckon I probably lost 10 years of my life doing this because I had a migraine every night. And I thought, I don't want to do this anymore. Now, what I do is I do this version. I just have a pretty picture and we don't have to show our face. And I want to bring Americo on this. You do both, Americo. What does it feel like for yourself to do the video live streams compared to the audio live streams? And what do people think of that when you do them?
Oh, great question. But I think we're comparing apples to oranges because both iterations are roughly an hour, 60 minutes, maybe 70 minutes. But if we're doing on camera for hours on end, I'm pretty sure that I would end up with a headache myself. In terms of guests can go either way. We're now on an upward trend where everyone is kind of leaning towards, hey, can we go on camera? I know you typically do these storytelling events as audio only, but the last 2 weeks or the last 2 episodes have been on camera, and very likely Felipe is probably going to be open or willing to go on camera because he does both. But if I ask, he'll be comfortable either way. So we'll probably be on camera again this week.
Yeah, that's a very good question because when someone said, "Hey, there's this thing called Twitter Spaces, Keith," Have you heard of it? You don't have to put your camera on. You just use your phone and you have these cool shows. Wow. What a cool idea. What a cool idea. October 2021. Wow. Let's do that. Let's try it. And I'm thinking, wow, no headache. We're still talking to people. We're still getting the word out. I just don't have a headache every night. And so, as a co-host, just this format just does not suit me. Let's see if I can find. I don't think I've got any pictures of my Twitter Spaces, but I've been doing this a very long time, and I've been doing a lot of variations. But it's not about me. It's about what the audience wants. And in 2021, they were quite happy to talk in their phones with Twitter Spaces, X Spaces as they call it now. What do you think, Mike? You shared my sort of what's the word? My reluctance to go on camera. Can you imagine doing a live stream yourself? And do you like to watch them yourself? What are your thoughts on the two formats?
As I mentioned before, I have a problem with allowing perfection to get in the way of good. So, from a video perspective, I would want, you know, good lighting. I would want a good camera equipment. And over time, I mean, I've gone on lives. I prefer to be off camera. And there's one particular show that I have yet to go on. It's on YouTube. It's basically on YouTube all the time, and that's all. That's the only place it's on. And one of the rules that the gentleman that has is you must appear on camera. Well, first of all, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I'm like a rule breaker, or I don't like to be told what I must do. And I understand it's his show and everything, but it's about conversation. And there's something I find personally that I would much rather listen to you in this format because I'm not distracted by what's going on, like on occasion, your significant other or whatever might come in or what have you, because I've been on a fair amount of Zoom calls that there's some sort of distraction in the room. Dog comes in, not usually a child, sometimes a spouse comes in, and even though they're blurred out and you don't necessarily see them, there's that distraction, right? So if you're going to
Gotta let the wife in. Oops, gotta let the wife in. She's freezing. Hang on. Give me 2 minutes.
Right. And I was on a wonderful show that shall remain nameless, and they're a lovely couple, but they had their kiddos. And and again, I love kids, but it was still, and they handled it perfectly. Everything was done very well. And actually, I think they both do very well on camera and the lighting and everything, because I think he's done for quite some time. He's done a video show. So from a cost and all that perspective and show running and all that. But as an end user, as a viewer, I would prefer to watch just this lovely couple and maybe not all the kids. Now, part of the problem is that you're talking about sort of a love relationships, and that's kind of hard to do, particularly if you are. I don't even know their ages, but they both, it's a blended family and they have younger kids. So, I mean, to some degree, it's kind of true to the show, right? But at the same time, I'm sure you guys have been on Zooms or whatever, where something, some distracting event has happened, and I just prefer, and particularly the things I'm planning on doing are going to be audio, but specifically music. So I really I don't think it's going to add much from a video, to see me live on camera. Now, do I want to do something like you're doing with all this, to have an image up? Yes, because, and maybe even a video that plays, not necessarily with the track, but a video that plays, for instance, Joshua does an awesome job. He plays a bunch of tracks, and he has videos that play, for lack of a better word, on top of it, almost sort of like a VJ, although I don't think he would call himself that. So from my perspective, for at least one of my shows where I'm playing tracks, that's what I want to do. Now, I still have yet to decide, for instance, Keith, if I were going to do a show where I'm bringing you on as one of my clients, and we're going to walk through the process, for instance, of the creation of the track that I did for you, or maybe one that we collab together with, which is sort of what we did on, or at least I got some of the lyrics, or at least I got a prompt, prompting from the lyrics that You in America had done on Substack is going mainstream. So and that song kind of came out of that, at least the idea. And so I could see me doing a show like that to say, okay, I'm going to step through the process that, and I even have a name for it for the show. It would be called something like The Story Behind the Song. And I think it would be actually kind of interesting, because I don't think a lot of people necessarily do that. And so again, that'd be a way to bring people to Signature Soundworks.
Oh, very good. I love this. There's absolutely no wrong or right answer here, and this is why we have these discussions, because we talk to each other. I'm trying to bring you in, America. There's something going on there. There you go. So we brainstorm. This is why I love live streams, because America's having some issues. We're brainstorming. I'm playing a little around with this little graphic that Bez did. We are talking about the pros and the cons, but one thing we have to talk about in the context, even though I'm not going to do this, and I'm quite happy to talk about it, is that I got to be honest, I cannot stand being all these restrictions that I've been restricted from LinkedIn the day before a show. I promoted the show for 6 weeks. People were going to come. I've got no way of contacting them. They can't watch it. Right. So if you have a podcast that is pre-recorded, sounds great, and on an RSS feed or some sort of player, guaranteed to work, people can access it. Like, this is not what I'm going to do, but I can see the point of it. And that's why we do need to talk about the concept of podcasting, because the friend of ours that came on the show last week and sounded terrible, worst ever, says that she does this live streaming podcast on Substack. It's not a podcast. It's a live stream. It can be turned into a podcast later if you record it and upload it somewhere. But if it's live, it's not a podcast. And if it's a podcast, it's not live. I'm just going to be very dogmatic. A podcast is not video. Eggs are not vegan. All right? I'm a bit old school like that. But what we can say is that a podcast, which now we do know can be video, the word can you mean video, has great value if you do it well, if you want the brand to get out there in a very professional way. It's a lot of extra work and it costs a bucket of money. It's very, very, very difficult to do on your own, but it is possible. And what you're doing there, Mike, with just sending your songs to that place might actually be enough. What do you think?
Well, again, there's a bunch of things I'm looking at. You've hinted at a couple, and really it comes down to how I can grow an audience. So I may consider, Keith, using the DistroKid or whatever, not so much to make money, but to get my name out, if that makes any sense. So, and then somewhere on that site, say, oh, by the way, because most of the distro sites don't allow you to sell the tracks. It's there's different sites for different things. That I would say, oh, for if you want to buy this track. Now, someone would say, well, why do I want to buy it if I can stream it? And that's perfectly legitimate. So I have to figure out exactly, because what I'm hearing or what I'm seeing is potentially don't necessarily stream, but then, like I said, how do you get a name for yourself? So that's where I'm going with that. As far as that's concerned, as far as the my what do you call it, inadvertent podcasting, again, I did want to bring up though, and this is for all of us to think about. If regardless of whether you're going to create a podcast or a live stream, you have to realize the internet, and I'm not saying there's necessarily any other way around this, unless you're basically saying, I'm selling CDs or something, so it becomes physical. But there's, both a podcast requires internet, right, for them to download or stream, and obviously a live stream requires internet. And the only reason I bring this up, or not the only reason, but one of the reasons I bring this up is right in the middle of the blizzard, we lost internet for, I don't know, it's probably 2 hours, which luckily you weren't in the middle of a show, but that would have sucked. Now, one of the things I could potentially do is I still have my phone, and I can even use a hotspot, make it a hotspot, and I've actually done work like that once, but that's certainly suboptimal. So it's something just in the back of your head, and this is from my cyber days, or whatever you want to call it, business continuity. You do have to think about what would happen if my internet is not available. Now, I'm not saying from a well, that's the whole thing. From a podcast perspective, you can say, well, I'm gonna have to wait, or they're gonna have to wait to download, or I'm gonna have to wait to upload. You're not gonna have much of a choice.
Let's have this how. Sorry to cut you off, mate, but there's a couple of
Yeah.
in the room. I want to give everyone a turn. Zakia, what do you think are the pros of having a podcast? The idea of having something pre-recorded that people can download at their leisure, on the train, on the plane, at the airport, at the shopping center. I've done this many times, and I'm over it. I've done it. I can do it. I didn't really work for me. But what do you think are the main advantages of a podcast? And why would you do it?
I think that from my listening of podcasts, I think you get a more intentional audience with podcasting. There's a lot fewer distractions. Like they may be washing the dishes, waiting for the flight, but they're really tuned in to what it is that you're saying. So I think one of the biggest ones is more of an intimate connection with your audience, the people that do decide to download and listen to whatever it is that you have to say. Now, I think if you're strategic with that and you are able to, again, drive people to your offer because you've shown them that, hey, there's something that you're missing and you can get it on my site, whether that's a course, a book, or a referral to the latest thing on Amazon that you love or that you're talking about, I think that's a benefit. And I just think that it really helps with the distribution of what it is that you're saying. It's an intentional distribution.
Yeah. I want to share this really cool story, which is something that Mike could possibly benefit from. I love this story. When Social Media Examiner first started in 2009, they did two things. They did 3 blogs a week and a podcast every Saturday morning. It was Friday for them, but so I got it on Saturday. So that was just a free offering. There was 3 blog posts about what's going on in the world of social media, which was written by several guest bloggers. And then every Friday, Michael Stelzner would interview one of the people that's writing these blog posts about what they're talking about. Oh, what's this thing called Snapchat? Oh, it's a pretty funky thing. It's pretty good. When Periscope first came out, Brian Fanzo was on there, and all these people. Vivica von Rosen was the social media expert for LinkedIn. Madeline Scalar was the Twitter person. And this is an amazing story. I mean, what happened was every week for a year, he would do this free podcast every Saturday morning, and we're all listening to it, and we're all getting all this great goss. And then he said, guess what? I'm going to run an event. And guess who's going to speak at it? These 50 people I've been interviewing. You heard them speaking. You know they're good. They're all coming to San Diego, and we're going to have this really big 3-day bash up. And why don't you come? We're spending Friday night on an aircraft, sort of what do they call it when they put planes on a boat? But anyway, we're gonna have this really funky little get together on Friday night, and then Saturday and Sunday we're just going to go at it. We're going to go, and that they had like 1,500 people there. It was $1,500 to get in. That's $7.5 million. So I think that's what it is, $7.5 million. And he did a free podcast every week for a year to promote an event which he knew was coming up a year from today, typically in March. It might still be on this year. And people came, right? So that he was pre-formatting his guests by saying, well, if you can speak proper on the podcast and people love it, then obviously that's going to be a hook for me. I remember back in April when we were talking about Periscope and Brian Fans, he went every year for like 10 years. He was like a rock star, and he was really into Periscope, and he brought it to the attention of the group. So the podcast didn't make any money, technically. The blog post didn't make any money, technically, but it promoted an event which did make money, lots of money, $7.5 million, in fact. So very cool. Like, I mean, what a model. Subsequently, he actually had another thing called the Social Media Society, and this is so clever. As people were leaving on the Sunday night, oh, safe trip. And by the way, if you want to, we have a little community that's $50 a month, and we get together once a week. And 1,000 people of the 1,500 people signed up for it. $50. Well, I'm having such a great time. I'm going to go to that. $50,000 a month residual income. 1,000 people, $50. All he has to do is one 1-hour session once a week. Brilliant model. Amazing. And so there are examples of where you can do content that doesn't make money unto itself, but leads people to another piece of content, which you know is coming. Have you heard of this example, Zakia? Because you would know Brian Fanzo if you were a Periscope guy. He was the Periscope guy. If you were into Periscope, you'd have heard of him, yeah? Well, does anyone else here use Periscope, or did anyone use it? Did you use it, Lynn? No?
I did not. I have not used it. No, but I have heard of it. I know. A few people that do use it, but I haven't. No,
it's gone now. It was cancelled in 2020. But Brian Fanzo, this guy who's now very famous, he came to Social Media Examiner and said, "Okay, well, I'll do a podcast about this, and then I'll do a gig about it, and I'll talk about it." And he became the podcast guy. And Zakia made money out of selling things on podcast. On Periscope. Layla, welcome to the call. A lot going on today. Did you manage to get a hold of Zakia and talk about these sorts of things? Tell us what you're doing.
No, not yet, but we're trying to connect, and I'm sure we'll connect eventually. And I've never heard of Periscope, so that's something new to me, but it's canceled, but it's still interesting to learn the story behind all of it and how people are able to lead to build a business, even though things are not working in certain areas, it builds to it, which I think it's interesting.
Yeah, so that's a very good reason to contact Zakia, because she had 80,000 followers on Periscope. She made money, like she was making bank. I'm just joking now, but she certainly paid the rent using Periscope. She'd do these live streaming shows. This was the original live streaming app, 2015. It was on your phone. And you go, guess what? Here I am in Rome, and that's the Trevi Fountain. And there's someone throwing coins into it. You know the story of the coins? I'm going to tell you the story of the coins, because I'm a traveler and I'm pretty funky. So, here I am at the Trevi Fountain speaking to speak, and I just got off the boat. We had this wonderful cruise all the way, and we're having so much fun. He's the captain, and he's such a good bloke. And what are you doing? Well, tonight, come to the table, and I'll introduce you to my daughter and my wife and all the guys in the team, and we can have a bit of a chat. And it was all live streaming. I personally hated the app. I tried it. It was really horrible. I hated it. I never watched anyone else's lives, and I tried to do it, but I couldn't. And it's gone. But the point is that these sites exist, and people do make money. Now, I want to share a very famous story. This guy's actually now a friend of mine. This is a good example of how social media can work, and I can't wait for Zakia to come and talk about this. There's a very famous person called Chocolate Johnny. I want you to Google him today. He has a chocolate shop in Sydney, run by his family, founded in 1938. in this lovely little village called Rose Bay. We have to get the ferry, and it's like an adventure to get there. And you get off and you walk into his shop, and it's just 100% chocolate. Like it's a chocolate shop called Perfection Chocolates. And his dad founded the company coming off the boat from Greece, and he thought, well, okay, well, I'll just start a chocolate shop. Chocolate Johnny said, can I do live streams about making chocolate? Wow, what are you doing that for? I mean, son, just make it. We call him the chocolate, the Australian version of Gary Vee, because he's got a very similar story. So he would say, look, today we're making white chocolate macaroons, and we're going to turn them into little soldiers, and the soldiers are the white soldiers, they're the good soldiers. And then we're going to do dark chocolate, and they're the bad soldiers. And you can buy both, or you can buy mixed, and there's a packet, and if you come into the shop, you can have one of each for $10. Just tell them you watch the live stream, and we'll give you a special present, one of each for $10. Right? Now, he became very, 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 very famous, and people, this is a true story, people would get off the plane, famous people, really famous actresses, would say, look, I don't want to go to my hotel. I want you to take me to Chocolate Johnny. Famous actresses would go to Chocolate Johnny's shop first before going to the airport or to the hotel. And he'd have these live streams with these famous people. And I was lucky enough to meet him one day, and we got a photo. So if you're very, very, very cool, you can actually make, you can make bank with these very, very clever ideas. And you've got a couple of clever ideas, Layla, and I'm just wondering, have you thought of doing some sort of online presence? What's your current strategy?
Well, I definitely need to up my game of coolness. Right now I'm doing TikTok videos. I'm writing on Substack. I do published articles in magazines. I'm hopping into the podcast world, and I actually just signed up today for Matchmaker FM for podcasts. Have you heard of this?
Oh, tell us about it. Matchmaker FM. It's sort of a pod host service, is it?
Yeah, I think so. So I just signed up maybe a couple minutes ago. So it's all new to me. And there's some other platforms that I'm looking at that could be something interesting, like Podmatch. There's podcasts, and there's Guestio. Never heard of them, but I'm looking into it.
This is very important, Layla. This is extremely important. As a person that has done hosting, the number one thing we need, although we never tell you, is that we need guests. Without guests, we don't have a show unless we have a monologue. So we need you much more than we're letting on. So matchmaker.com or matchmaker.fm is, I'm prepared to be a guest, and the other person says, well, I need a guest. Now they're gonna play this sort of hard to get game, but the truth is they need you. Without guests, they got nothing. Right? Now some people are very famous, and they can get away with sort of having guests in a line, and you might be scheduled in for 2027. But most people don't have any guests. They're desperate for guests. So this is an incredibly good site. I'm going to look into it now. What does it do, and what do you hope to achieve here?
I think I want to build more that presence of learning the podcast and being a guest. I think people have been asking me, why don't you start a podcast? I'm not ready for it. It's still so new to me. And I just want to kind of see how this matching is going, like you mentioned. And I just want to try different avenues to see if that would work. And I also joined a couple school communities that are actually podcast community.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
To learn more about how podcast works, really the background and understanding, because live stream is very different than podcasting. So I'm trying to figure out and learn from both sides.
Yeah. Let me ask this question. Are you thinking of doing a monologue? Here's me at, and I'm really clever, and I'm going to talk to you about what I know. That's what I think monologues are. Or are you going to have guests where you say, look, this person's really clever, and I'm just going to let them talk? Or do you want to be a guest? There's three strategies. Because if you want to do a monologue show, which you surely can, Anchor.fm is exactly what we've been talking about. That's a great site. You just talk into your phone. Hey, guess what? I'm walking down the street, and I ran into a kangaroo, and I thought I'd just let you know that I'm just walking down the street. And I thought, while I'm walking down the street, I might as well just tell you what I'm doing. And I thought that I just talk about my new product, and if you like that, then you can talk to me later. You know, that's what monologues sound like to me, because they just like a lot of nothing. But I'm just a bit biased. But you can do that. People make a living out of talking as a monologue, because not everyone's a creator. Like, not we got to assume this. Some people, my wife doesn't have any ambition to be a singer in a band or play guitar or have her own podcast or write a book. She's a worker. She goes to work, she comes home. She goes to work, she gets paid, she comes home, we have a rest. We go out on the weekends, we travel overseas. She doesn't have any desire to make any content. She has no need to, because she's got a job. So podcasting is a fantastic way to get the word out. And especially in light of the fact that I've been banned from LinkedIn, it's a great way to bypass all of this social media bullshit. So what was your inspiration with Anchor? And does that partially explain what it is?
I was just like searching, so I just found Anchor, but I was just searching for me. I think watching others a little bit and being on like Couple Now, I really enjoy the conversation. It's like two people talking, it's very casual, and I'm actually learning from the other person. We're exchanging, we're sharing things that are interesting, talking about topics that I enjoy, which is way more fun than talking to myself.
The idea of having a guest is the coolest thing, because you learn from them, right? I mean, I could talk. I've been podcasting since 2008. I could do a course if I wanted to. I could, and I have. But I just love talking to other people and talking about like matchmaker.fm. I've never heard of that. I just learned something today. And I've probably got a sound for that.
And I just want to, like, recently, one of the podcasts I've attended, I learned about self-publishing, because this person self-published books, and I'm like, how's that work? And give me a bit more detail, and it was really interesting. I didn't know the self-publishing world at all, so I learned something from that person too.
Yep.
Wow.
It's a bit of a time lag with my effects. But I think, but well, let's pick up. I've got you now. I really want to let's really drill down. What type of podcast do you think you want to do? Do you want to do a monologue? Do you want to have guests? Or do you want to be a guest?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to be a guest for now. I think it's fun. Like, it's like the live streaming right now. It's actually fun. I'm enjoying it. We're hearing other people. We're talking about different things. We're learning from each other. The same thing as a podcast. And so far it hasn't been scripted. It's very like, you come in and you just start a conversation, asking questions about, what do you do when asking about leadership and executive coaching and Splishback Handmade Products, my small business, and the articles that I write, and how I empower others, and how I support others, and how I volunteer and give back to the community, and how they do the same thing. So it's been super positive and really fun. I mean, between that and job search, it kind of gives me something to look forward to that is fun and not like dreadful. And I'm meeting new people, which is amazing, from all around the world.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. Like, it's extremely cool. So I've done all three, and let's have a bit of a chat about this. I personally have tried to do monologues. I'm really bad at it, like really bad. I talk for about a minute. I just get sick of it. I just get sick of talking to myself. So what I love to do is I love to bounce off. I love to be a guest, and I'm putting it out there that I'm happy to be a guest. And I love having guests because I want to learn from them. And that, maybe it's a little bit of humility. I don't know everything. And I love learning about matchmaker.fm. And when I learnt about anchor.fm, that's a piece of knowledge that I can now share. I know a lot about it, but I didn't when I first started. And I learned how to do it. And now that's a piece of knowledge that I can share. It's a piece of knowledge I have in my pocket. What about you, Lynn? Have you thought of doing a podcast or being a guest on a podcast, or have you thought of having co-hosts? I know we've touched on this before, but I want to just bring that back in for Layla's benefit. Yeah.
And hi, Layla. It's nice to meet you. I I have been on other podcasts before. I've been invited to a few of them, and I definitely I love being a guest. I think that's kind of easy. You don't really have to do very much. You just show up. And the one who's doing the podcast has all the work because, they have to plan the show and do all of that. So for me, that's easy. And I prefer to be the guest. It's just, there's no, real thought that goes into it other than you're just bringing what you know to the table. That's pretty much it.
And have you ever thought of doing a monologue, or do you do your Substack videos as a monologue?
It's really just based off of whatever I want to put out there. Like, we were just talking about what's going on in Mexico. If I were going to bring, to let people know what's going on there, give them the contact numbers they could call if they needed to, or what to do, or what's going on if they have family members, something like that, with travel. And I posted something just a minute ago about it in case anybody did want any of that information. But yeah, it's really more for me as far as the lives. It's more informational. Hey, I've got this. Did you know this?
Yeah.
It's something like that. But as far as like a podcast, I probably would. I would probably have some editing type, because it would be, let's say if I were doing, well, like for example, the upcoming trip, like if I have some footage and maybe some commentary in there too, that might be something I would edit and then put into a podcast like that. Something like that. Yeah.
What I might do now, I'm just going to have a bit of a break, and I want to play a song called "Substack Feels Like Home" because I want to sort of morph. I don't do this, but I know a lot of people do. You can actually do live streams via your phone on Substack. Now that's not my thing at all, but I know you can do it. So I'm going to play a song called Substack Feels Like Home, which sort of sets the tone that if you don't necessarily want to do a high-tech solution, and Lynn does a bit of this too, you can basically put your phone on a selfie stick and talk into it. And you can have a guest. Actually, you can have up to 2 guests on this Substack version. It's pretty basic, but it is pretty effective. So this will set the tone, and it just gives us a chance to have a break. We've been going for about 3 hours. So hang with me. This one's very symbolic.
Substack feels like home. We're live streaming, so we're not alone. More than just words, now we're homegrown. Yeah, Substack feels like home. Camera off now, but I'm going online.
Hey, KKFM, Melbourne, Australia, rocking the world. Where are you in the world? We got some pretty cool people on Alabama and Vancouver. Pretty cool. It's you can see here that the stats are 75 people, 60% of my followers are in US now, 8%, 10 people in Canada. Now you can do this very simply on Substack. It gives you very, very good stats. Before we talk about live streaming on Substack, are you using it, Layla? Have you got an account now? It's a very cool site.
Substack? Yeah, I'm actually I'm learning that, you can schedule some articles and the notes, which I guess feels like a bit of like Twitter. I've never had Twitter before, but which is nice is I'm able to set it up that first thing I see in the morning is paintings and nice pictures and images. Is very positive. It's very uplifting in the morning. I like art, so I'm able to set up it that way. I don't know how it happened, but it's really nice.
We are indeed trying to find a much more positive view of the world, aren't we? And you're saying that you look at Substack each morning to get inspiration because it is an inspirational site.
Yes, and it's actually give me a bit of more inspiration to start doing some painting again, because it's kind of like my quiet and creative space. I do paint, I do acrylic, I do watercolors, I do charcoal, I sketch, and it's something I've always done. It comes naturally to me. Pastels, and I haven't done it for the past 2 years just because life happened way too much and my creative spark was gone. So I would say by looking at Substack, which has been a really cool experience, I've been on it for about 15 days now, and I find it way more uplifting than looking at other things. So I'm really enjoying it right now. I drafted a short article that will release tomorrow, and it's actually talking about your live streaming.
Yeah.
So you're in there. So you'll see that tomorrow showing up.
Oh, very cool. And who's your favorite? Monet, maybe? You like Monet? Who do you like?
I don't have a favorite. I'm really more into whatever I like to look at. Really.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
Yeah. It's like listening to music. When I want to relax, I listen to piano music. I don't necessarily use classical music, but I use anything contemporary or newer artists. It's just something to really disconnect from what's happening in the world right now, right? Like you got to find a moment where you can have that peace and just quiet. And I would say when you create, when you're busy, your mind doesn't think anything else than what you're focusing on.
It's cool. But what I'm doing now is, as we're checking, this is why I love live streaming. I'm using Bing.images, which is a very cool site. There's hundreds of these, but I'm using Bing. And I'm typing in some keywords based on what you just said. So I'm typed in pastels, watercolors, Monet. Who else was an impressionist that did watercolors? Who else? I don't know much about this, but who else did watercolors? And
it's a good question. I don't remember, but I don't know. It's a good question. I can't think of the top of my head.
Do you like art, Lynn?
Well, I will not say I'm very well versed in art, so no. But I appreciate it, of course.
Because the way my brain works, because I studied music, the way my brain works is, how do they do that? I want to learn to do that. And so a bit of a sort of a side story. When I first came to Melbourne, 1984. I worked at this radio station. I was a student of a radio station, and they played this song by a band called Motley Crue. Right? This is their first song, 1984. And I said that I want to be in that band. I want to be in that band. How did they do that? How do they do that? Oh, well, I want to be the bass player, Nicky Six. I want to be the bass player. So I went and bought a bass guitar, and I said, I'm going to be in a band. I'm going to be in a band like that. How do they do it? So I did music theory, and I worked out that if you have this set of chords with this drum beat and this bass line and this sort of concept, it sort of sounds a bit like them. So the way my brain works is when I see something I like, I naturally say, how did they do that? That's the way I want to learn it. I've had that meal. Like when we go out for tea, this is so cool. When we go out for tea, my wife and I, dinner we call it, we go out for dinner, and my wife and I are thinking, what do you reckon's in there? Oh, there's a little bit of saffron, maybe a bit of paprika. I reckon they're using galangal. Just a gut feeling. Maybe a little bit of cumin. She goes, all right, I'll find it and cook it next Saturday. And then 2 weeks later, I sit down and Carol's making this meal that we had 2 weeks ago in this fancy restaurant. And I'm thinking, we'd spend $100 on that. And you've made it for like $10. So clever. Because that's the way our brain works. We see something, we want to replicate it. So when I say, if you like watercolors, who else does watercolors? I know that Monet did them. And so, for instance, I'll do this and we can riff on it. Graphics and AI are very, very, very important. Like in the marketing game, when you do a podcast, you've got to have a graphic, right? So I use Bing, but I also use Microsoft Designer. What do you use for your graphics, Layla? Do you love creating graphics, or do you chip that part out?
Well, if I paint or anything, I just start from scratch. I create it on my own. And it sounds like you enjoy reverse engineering things. So you're deconstructing everything. You look at things and trying to figure out like how did it started? How did it get there? It's super interesting.
It's very important to me because, you know, I had a series of really, really horrible jobs, and I used to keep a sort of a Walkman, you know, remember a Walkman that were cords. I used to always have a Walkman in my bag, and I'd sort of go and run into the toilet, and I go da 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 da. And I go, when I get home tonight, I'm going to work out what that is, and I'm going to play the chords underneath, and I'll put a drum pattern, and then I'd take it to the band, and I'd say, hey, I just wrote a song. What do you think of this? Well, it's a bit basic, but I can do something with it. Let's just riff on it. We'll change the timing and maybe speed it up. And I don't like that bit, but that's all right. So, you know, I was in a band and I wanted to play songs, and we did. And we wrote our own songs. So I don't know how other people do it, but I wrote songs mathematically. If I use this set of chords and I have these chord progressions and we use this scale over that solo, and we use this drum pattern and this effect, we're going to end up sounding like Motley Crue. Right? So that's the way my brain works. I want to do it, so I want to know how to do it, and that's why I do these shows, because I want to know how people are doing it, and then I want to try it. So I know not everyone thinks like that. They go, oh well, whatever. Like for instance, travel. I will not travel without a schedule. Oh, why don't you just get on a boat and just see where it goes? No. Where am I going to end up? Saigon? Yeah, well, when you get to Saigon, then suddenly you're in Saigon. Ho Chi Minh City. Okay, well, then I'm in Ho Chi Minh City. What do I do now? Well, we'll just make it up. You've got 3 days. Yeah, but where do I go? We'll just work it out. Just wing it. No way. I want to research the shit out of it. I know that 15 meters away from the boat terminal, there's a really good banh mi place. And it costs $5 which is $1. And I want to actually eat the banh mi at 10:30 in the morning on a Saturday. I'm exaggerating to make a point. I like being organised. So I'm riffing to make a point. But I just created some art with Bing, and just because we're live. But now that I've got you just by yourself, let's really drill down. What can we do for you to get the word out? You are right in the zone now. Like people want to travel, I guess, and cruises are a safe way to do that, aren't they? They're a safer way. You could be doing heaps and heaps and heaps of this. What do you think you might do?
Yeah, well, right now, that actually, I was just someone just messaged me about traveling to the Virgin Islands.
Oh, wow!
And so,
Where is that?
You know, that's a great one to go on, of course. And they were just asking, was it safe? Well, you know, it's sort of a loaded question. If you ask me that, I say automatically yes. But given, you know, with travel these days, and especially with what's going on in Mexico, you know, there's a lot of fear around travel. So I want to try to calm those fears and just say that it doesn't matter. I mean, you could be flying to Virginia and you could have an incident. because life is unexpected. So I just think you plan accordingly, give yourself time, do the insurance. When you're flying, if you're going to do a cruise, get out a day ahead. If you're doing a European cruise, do it 2 days ahead, because they get delayed, and things happen. I mean, there was a fire at London Heathrow.
Mm.
Remember that? That was at there, and that was very disruptive, and that put people, stranded for hours until they could get to where they needed to be. So, I mean, just the unexpected does happen in travel, and I suppose, like with all of us, flights, you know how fun that is. And the weight and the distance on those, I mean, it's part of it, but you have to prepare. I mean, if you're prepared for a flight, you've got your neck pillow, you got a good, maybe you've got a good podcast to listen to, or you've downloaded some movies or whatever, just plan accordingly. It can be okay. And if you need leg room, try getting in the exit aisle, or
Have you been watching Emily in Paris, or you've probably seen the whole season?
Oh, I love Emily in Paris. That's one of my tours that I'm doing. Oh yes, I do. I love. Do you guys watch it too?
Yeah, we're in the 5th season. She's just moved to Rome.
Yeah, I love it. Yes, I've got some tours planned for. Well, I had a hard time deciding for Rome, and I had a hard time for a few, because you can't do every tour, right? You have to kind of pick and choose. So some of the ones that I've had to pick were really tough, because I want to do all of them, but I can't. So that's probably the hardest thing about choosing when you're traveling, is really what it boils down to is, I guess you really have to think, what is it that I can't live without seeing or doing,
Well, you know what? We're actually going to go to Greece in
when are you going?
October. And what we do, because I love to plan, is we always go for 1 or 2 weeks with a tour company, Intrepid, and they sort of pick us up and they take us around to get us used to the culture and the money and the food and the language. And then after 2 weeks, we finish the tour and we go off on a week by ourselves. So what we're going to do is we're going to fly into Athens, and we're going to go to all of these places that were famous in about 500 BC and that still exist. And then we're going to go to Mykonos. Maybe not Mykonos, maybe Crete, but we're going to go to a Greek island. So we have these 2-way flows. I can tell you for sure, there's no way I'm going to get on a plane and just land somewhere and make it up. That's just not the way my brain works. I need to know that when I get there, there's a hotel waiting, there's a guide waiting, and they're going to show me around. Like I'm just related like that. So we get this tour. We're going all the way around Greece, Athens to Athens in a loop for about, say, 15 days, see all the really cool bits and have it explained to us by someone who knows. And then we're just going to get on a ferry and go to Mykonos or one of the other islands. You may even know which islands to go to. So,
well, can I ask you, with your tours now, do you have any of meals included in those?
The way that Intrepid works, it's a very good company. The way that Intrepid works is they try to take you to local places owned by local people that are outside of the realm of the big corporates. So what they typically do is you get breakfast included, you get your first night included, and the last night celebration meal, because you've met some people on the 10 or 12 people, you get together, hang out, exchange phone numbers, and then but in between, very, very fluid. So get breakfast today, we're here, you don't have to come, but you got to be back for the bus tomorrow. You got all day to yourself if you want, but we're going here. You can come with us, or we'll meet you tomorrow for the bus at 10 o'clock. So it's a bit of both. They include some things, but they give you lots of flexibility. And they're very earthy. Like they're very, very natural, and they're very sustainable. So they stay in hotels owned by families as opposed to the Novotel. Right? So it suits Carol's lifestyle very much because she's very sustainable. She's very earthy.
Yeah, I love that.
And then at the end, we might treat ourselves to something nice just because we've been roughing it for 2 weeks. Then we might go and stay in a hotel and sit by the pool. But so it's a bit of a combination. So, for instance, with Japan, we went on a tour of Japan, which took 2 weeks and was very hard because it's a busy place. And then we went to Seoul, Korea for 5 days. And we were on our own, and we were on our own steam. And because we'd already been traveling, and Seoul's quite close to Japan, we were relatively comfortable that we could wing it. And they speak English, and their food's yummy, and we had a nice hotel. So it's a good combination. We saw a lot of things with Japan we would never have seen on our own because they had a little minibus taking us to these little villages. But it was hard, like a lot of people there, 50 million people. Very hard place to travel, I believe, for me. And,
Really? Okay.
have you been there?
No. See, that is one that's on the to-do list. This year we're doing Spain, France, and Italy. And then see now next year I actually have booked to Greece for next year. But I'm not sure because I really want to do Japan too, but I don't know if I may have to push that out to 2028. It depends on where I can find the best deal because I have to save money too on these travels. So
Well, I often say I wish I could live 300 years because there's so many places to go, right?
yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Because it's a combination of money and timing. So if we had limitless money, you still couldn't go everywhere because unless you just wing it. I remember being on this boat in Indonesia, and someone next to me said, "What country are we in today?" I said, "That's not true. Don't you know?" "Oh, yeah, look, I don't know. I've been on this tour for about 10 days. I don't even know where we are anymore." "What, aren't you paying attention? Or are you just turning up? Don't you even know where we are?" "Oh, well, it all looks the same after a while." All looks the same after a while on a boat drinking, Malibu and Coke or, pint pina coladas. It's just all the same, bit of a blur. Fun, better than working, but I don't know. Where are we? And I'm thinking, I don't want that sort of holiday. I want to go to Jakarta and know that we're in Jakarta. I want to go to Hoi An in Vietnam and know that we're in Hoi An. What to do I want to know where we are.
Oh, yeah, that's a good popular one, Vietnam now. Yeah.
So we plan it. Now, Layla's back on. Sorry, Layla, I didn't see you there. We're talking about, actually, let me bring you back. I did this this is very, very important because I wanted to do this for you. I did some artwork based on what you said because we're talking about podcasts, and podcasts have artwork. Without artwork, there's no way you can promote it. So is this somewhat indicative of what you're talking about, this image here?
Let's see. That is really nice. You just created this?
I just got the easel out.
Well, you got me there. I do like water and I do like nature. So living far from the ocean right now, it has been very difficult. I have to say, Keith, like for me, walking to the beach, walking around the water, that's probably the most calming place for me. And in the city that I am right now, I'm far from the ocean and it's just a very painful experience. And I'm looking forward to my next travels. But I have to say, I'm a very boring traveler. I don't do tours. I don't do cruises. I like to hop on my plane, get the window seat. Even when I travel for business, I go to an Airbnb. I don't stay in resorts. I research the community I'm going to be staying. Usually I pick smaller places because I don't like too much crowds. and I eat locally, and I go to arts museum. I snorkel. I go doing all the sightseeing, like with me and my boyfriend. That's basically how I travel. And the reason why is because being in HR, I deal with people all day, every day. I talk all the time. It's 12, 16-hour day. And when I travel, I just want quiet. I don't want to be in a group. I don't want to be surrounded by thousands of people or hundreds. I just want to quiet and enjoy myself. And I don't want to be on a schedule. I don't want to have to wake up at 6 a.m. because we are going on this tour or whatnot. I have to wake up sometimes 5, 6 a.m., come home, it's 11, past midnight, do it again. So for me, traveling is like I wake up when I feel like my body's waking up, and then I go on with the day.
Oh, look, I wish I could get Carol to do that. Carol's a Capricorn. Carol has to.
Yeah.
She has to be busy all the time. Like she's just got to be busy, and so she can't sit still. And if you know Ayurveda, she's a pitta. So she's always busy. She's always busy. And she goes, Keith, what are you doing? You're just sitting there. Well, hang on. Isn't this supposed to be a holiday? Do we have to see every statue in Rome? Do we have to see every Roman building invented?
Yes.
One statue.
It's vacation. You're supposed to like relax and enjoy too, right? It's not like
I love
a sprint. Come on now. And I'm a Sagittarius, so trust me, I don't know how to stay not busy for 2 minutes. But when I'm on a vacation, my boyfriend's like, "Wow, you're like a different person." I'm like, "I know, that's vacation, Layla. She's somebody else."
Yeah. That's amazing. That is amazing. But we're all different, and we've been together 35 years, so I go with her. But I would prefer a much simpler life, a much simpler travel version. But what I wanted to say here with the painting is that graphics are a very important part of, even though you're not hearing it, you're seeing it. The graphic should be somewhat indicative of what you're going to talk about on the show. So there's no point putting a picture of a lake and a tree in a pastel inspired by Monet if you're going to talk about AI, because that image doesn't tell you what it's about. So I'm very interested in whether you, because I know a lot about this, but I'm very interested in what you do for graphics. So do you do graphics for your blog posts, for your website, for your promotional material? And if so, how do you do it? Do you paint them, or do you pay someone else to do it, or do you use AI?
I use Canva to create my designs, right?
Yeah, tell me about that.
So I use Canva to create my posters, my images, and for my labels and products, I designed them in Canva actually. So I use Canva for a lot of things. And especially when I write articles, because it's published in magazines and things like that, you want to make sure with copyright and stuff, you want to make sure you don't get sued for whatever reason. Canva has been really good at designing images for that, for putting in magazines so it's unique, or you can use like from those I can't remember which I can't remember the name, but there's some platforms where you can get those images that are copyright, like you can use them and no issues, right? So I try to get a mix of the little things.
Yeah. Now, you may not know this. This is a very, 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 very cool hack. Very few people know this. Substack has a feature. You got to try this today because it's so good. When you write a blog and you don't know what image to put, you can type the name of the blog in the search bar, and it has this little icon that says generate image. So you might say, I want a person in a cafe drinking coffee on a laptop listening to music. I mean, I might do that just to test it. And then,
are you for real? Like seriously, I had no idea. I'm learning Substack. It actually does that.
Yes. So
wow. Okay.
Inside of Substack, when you write a blog post, and you think, look, it's probably about time for a break on, because I'm not a reader, so I need to break it up a bit. So I, about halfway down, after maybe 100 words, I put a picture, and I do that deliberately inside of Substack because it gives Substack the kudos, right? So I'll try this now. So I'll go and I'll create let's do this. Let's create one together, and I'll show you exactly how it works. So you create an article, and just say it's about what's the article going to be about? The article is about creating AI generated images. Just okay. So you go to the insert image button, which is on the blog post, and it says generate image. Then you give it a title.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
AI generated images on a laptop, right? And then it's a lot of fun. Some of it's rubbish, they miss heads and fingers are missing. But if you get very clever, you can say, okay, I want a person on a laptop drinking coffee using an AI generator to make an image for a blog post that they're going to post next Thursday in Melbourne, Australia. I mean, I'm exaggerating to make a point, but the more words you use, the more keywords AI knows to insert. So I'm getting very, very, very good at using keywords to get kudos, like to get traction, to get people to know about it. Because the world has 8 billion beings, 8 billion. Like, I'm sure no one in the world is sitting around going, what's Keith doing today? Has he got a blog coming out? I might just go over to Keith's website and have a look. No one's thinking that. What they might be thinking of is, wonder if there's any blog posts about people drinking coffee on their laptop. Or, so you got to, what I'm saying here is if you've got a topic that you want to talk about, if you want to promote it, you got to put yourself in the eyes or the ears or the mind of the person that's going to consume it. So, for instance, let's say, and I'm a bit ignorant about this, Lynn, but what has happened in Mexico? I did hear there was an assassination. Is that it? Has that triggered a whole event, or what's happened in Mexico?
Well, it was a drug lord that was taken down, from what I'm hearing, but the bottom line is that there's been fighting, and that there's been a lot of explosions and all sorts of scary things going on. And so what they're doing is that, like, the people that are trapped in the resorts, they're asking them to, shelter in place. Some of it has cleared a little bit. And this was just, this was because we got some information early this morning and then this afternoon. And so the latest, with what I put out there, I just put, what we had on our site. And, I think that it's really good to pay attention to the local. If you're there, to pay attention to what they're telling you to do there. And as well as, stay tuned to your social media, because there's also some information there. There's some numbers I put out if you need them. And then there's also some websites available.
Amazing. So in the group, I've posted, I've used these words, and you can go to the Facebook group, or I'll send this out separately. I've said Mexico travel, airport delays, crowds.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it created 4 images that are indicative of crowds at the airport because there's trouble in Mexico. Now, you just keep generating images until you get one that sort of suits you. Well, there's a Mexican flag at the airport, lots of people running around, a bit scared. That might be and that you could embed that inside a Substack. It's a built-in feature, completely free. It's
very cool.
It's unbelievable. And the thing that's great, this is very cool,
Mm-hmm.
because I've used words that are very common in the English language. If anyone else is looking for Mexico airport delays, crowds fighting because they're traveling,
Mm-hmm.
looking for any of those keywords, this will show up in search now. So, we're getting deep into the weeds of getting the word out. Remember, there's 8 billion people on the planet. No one's thinking about you. Maybe. I don't think anyone's thinking.
Probably not. Exactly
Not
right.
about you. They're not. They're busy. Think, shit, I'm at the airport. How am I going to get home? Here's a really cool blog post from a person in Alabama called Lynn, who's got all these list of numbers. I need that. And then a friend sees it and goes, oh, look, my friend Lynn is in Mexico at the airport. I better go and send that to her. So we now live in a world where we're searching things all the time on our webs on our fingertips. Like years ago, we used to have to wait for the news at 6 o'clock to tell us what was going on, or read the newspaper that comes out in the morning. Right? Now, which is, I've got a question. Oh, I'm googling it. Right.
Yeah, that's right.
You see those? Can you see those, Layla?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's like quite fascinating. I didn't know Substack could do that too. That's why I'm like, this is great to be on live shows because you're learning so much from others. I learned from you about Substack, and I've been on it for about 15 days now, and I did not even know about this feature. So that's pretty neat. And the images are quite really good, actually.
They're quite usable, aren't they?
Yeah, totally.
Sometimes you miss heads, and sometimes they've got funny fingers. But if you use keywords very well, people. Almost certainly, people around the world are looking at Mexico airport delays. That would be a trend, right? So that words are in there. So that if you did a blog post about Mexican airport delays, it would reach people because people are looking for it. Right? And I talk a lot about this because I'm a little bit selfish and quite lazy, and I keep forgetting that the audience is what makes this tick. If I don't have an audience, what am I doing? I'm talking to myself. I might as well just talk to the wall. And as you know, Layla, I could just go to the beach in 10 minutes and I can sit there and have a
yes.
laugh. Maybe
I'm very jealous every time you mention it.
So
you're making me cry already.
But if I'm sitting here talking to myself, I might as well just go and get a coffee and talk to the people in the cafe because it's the same. So I'm always looking for ways to get the word out about what we do. And here's a really cool one for you. My friend Melissa, who is in Kingston, Ontario, a French teacher, French and Spanish, says hello. She's listening in from Kingston, Ontario, picked up the accent, thought that girl's probably French, I reckon. And I said, well, Layla's from Montreal now, living in Vancouver. But let's trace it back. What's the French bit? How much of your history is French, and are you fluent in French? Is Melissa right that there's a bit of Frenchy there?
Well, I'm born and raised in Montreal, so for sure, first language is French. And my mom is from France, so I lived many, many years in France as well, and I went to school there. And because I was already fluent bilingual in English, I got kicked out of the English classes because my grades were too high. The teacher's like, you're not learning anything. And I was like, I was just coasting when I was in France. And then they kicked me out and they said, you got to pick another language, either Spanish, Latin, or Italian. I'm like, what am I? And that's where I picked up my Spanish. And then when I came back to Montreal, then I continued learning my Spanish. So French has always been my first language, and English and my Spanish, and I've learned Arabic as well.
Melissa is a language teacher, French and Spanish, lives in Kingston, Ontario. So she's busy today, but this is a very good example of what I do. I'm very proud of this. I'm extremely proud of this story. I did a show from 2008 to 2010, and the goal, sorry, she teaches English and French, not Spanish, sorry. So the goal was to help people get a job when they hated their job. Right? I was a career counselor. And the show was called Career Success Radio. And it was at 10 o'clock on a Monday. And the basic premise was, if you've got time to listen to this and you should be at work, well, you probably should call me because I can help you get a better job. If you're taking a sickie, what we call a sickie, you're calling into the boss, I can't come in today. I got a cold. I just can't come in. Oh, I'm so sick. Yeah, well, no worries, mate. You get 5 of these a year. Just don't waste them. Oh, well, I am really sick. Yeah, I'm really sick. I can't come in. We call that a sickie. So if you're taking a sickie, then you probably don't want to go to work. So call me and I'll help you get another job. Right? And we use that podcast to promote it. Melissa used to call into that show all the time. And I've probably sent you a link to that, Layla. Melissa and my friend Brenda, who now lives in Campbell River, used to call in all the time to this show. 2008. Like this feels like a century ago to me. Like this is a different life. And what people used to say was, Keith, what's a podcast? I never heard of this word, podcast. What does that mean? It's pretty of a stupid word. No, It's basically like listening to the radio, except it's pre-recorded. Well, why don't you just listen to the radio? Yeah, well, that's okay if you're listening in Melbourne, but Melissa's in Kingston, Ontario, and Brenda was in Vancouver at the time, and people used to call in from Birmingham and Toronto and New Caledonia. And I'm thinking, you can't just call people in New Caledonia just for something to do. I mean, it takes a long time. So we this was a monster show, like probably my number one proud moment. We did 108 shows.
That's amazing. That's a lot of shows, and it's
Unbelievable.
neat to like have people coming from like Kingston, Ontario showed up today. That's amazing. Or Caledonia. Like, how really do you pick up a phone? Like, if you don't know anybody to call there, you won't be able to connect with people like that, right? Like, it's pretty neat.
It was an amazing experience, and as I said, probably one of the highlights of my career, and that's what led me to really believe that the whole world could be our audience. Right. So over the course, this is a pretty magical number then, but it's not so common now. 80,000 people listened to that show over the course of 2 years, and we were listened to in 126 countries, syndicated on about 5 stations around the world. So, we had this funny way of speaking, and we chatted every Monday at 10 a.m. for 2 hours about how to get a better job. Right. And of course, it's a topic that a lot of people want to know about. So it was a very popular show, and I'm very proud of that. And that's what led me to this journey. Because what happened, this is a true story. What happened was I was a career counselor, and this person said, why don't you just come into the city? Just come into the city and hand out flyers to people getting off the train. They probably hate their jobs too. I said, well, you can do that, but that's been done for 100 years. And what's your thoughts when you get off the train on a busy morning and you hate it and someone's throwing a voucher in your pocket? I mean, you just hate them, don't you? Piss off. I'm going to work. I don't have time to look at this voucher for a free gym membership or a career coaching session or a free pancake on a Wednesday night. I haven't got time for that. I'm going to work, mate. Can you get out of my way? You're in my way. Right? So when I did this show, people would call in and go, mate, I really need a better job, and you are helping me do that. Like, you are my hero. I had people calling in at 3 a.m. in Birmingham. And people calling in from, I think we even had people calling in from Russia.
Oh, wow.
It was just amazing. Like, it was just an amazing experience. And Melissa was a very strong part of that. She used to call in a lot. And she's still listening even now. Like, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. But the most amazing story that came from that, which I'm unbelievably proud about, is that the Canadian Career Association used to do an annual career conference. Right, and career counselors from all over Canada would get together, having never met each other before, and just chatting. Well, what's it like to be a career counselor in Vancouver, and how does that differ from Winnipeg? And what's it like if you're coaching people in Nova Scotia? Does it feel different? Well, bloody different. So they chat about career coaching techniques. And there was this one conference, I think it was 2010. Where everyone on the table had been on our show, but none of them had met each other. And because I was saying, I went on this show in Australia, this really funny Aussie guy, he does this show. Oh, I've been on that. Keith, yeah, I've been on that show. And it was so cool. Everyone on the table had been on our show, but none of them knew each other. And they'd never met each other, but all of them had been on our show, because I was the co-host. And I thought, well, that's what it's about. Look, all these people sharing their knowledge. They called in from Vancouver and Montreal and Nova Scotia and all these funky places. And it really made me think that this is the way the world goes. I can hand out flyers in the letterbox at the station, but it's been done before. And everyone's over that sort of organic type of marketing now. And I don't think it works anymore. But these fun ways of doing it, and I know Melissa can't call in today, but I'm sure she would agree with me. These fun ways of doing things is the way the world is going, and that's why I do these shows. So, because we're quite deep in, I'm going to have this chat. I have been restricted by LinkedIn every week for months now.
And what's happening with that? I don't understand. Like, you're literally doing live shows, and that's what they promote, is you're using the platform to do what you're supposed to do. I don't understand.
Well, Americo has come across other people that are also being restricted. And we're trying to actually do a show about this to try and work out what it is, because I have contacted LinkedIn and they don't know. So they don't know. They got no answers for me. Right? So there's three possible scenarios which we're exploring. One is I do like to send DMs, and I have tried very, very diligently to send less DMs. But then I'm thinking, well, why am I on LinkedIn if I can't talk to anyone? Why have a phone if you never ring them? Why have a phone if you never ring anyone? Why have a TV if you don't watch it? So for me, LinkedIn is about talking to people, meeting people, connecting with people. That's what LinkedIn is for me. Why have a phone if you're never going to ring people? Why have a mower if you never use it? Why have a veggie patch if you never get anything out of it? I mean, we're using things, right? So anyway, one thing is that I'm probably sending too many DMs, maybe, right? So I've stopped sending DMs, well, as many. The one that we think it is that you can connect with people. This is a very interesting rule. You can connect with 100 people on LinkedIn a week. And you can send them a nice note to say, hey, it's Keith in Melbourne, Australia, and I noticed that you're a career coach, and I used to be a career coach. Would you like to come on my show and talk about that? Yes or no? Send. Now, if you send 100 of those every week and 30 of them say no or 50% say no, that's a black mark against your name, and that number adds up. When it gets to critical mass, say, because I've been doing it every week since January. So, for instance, I send 100 every week, and then after about 2 months, 3 months, you get 300 or 400 people saying, actually, I don't know this person. Why is he contacting me? I don't know this person. Is this spam? So I actually think that's what I'm doing wrong, but I stopped doing it. I haven't done it for 2 weeks. I'm still getting banned. I'm trying to work out what it is. And
but the thing is, LinkedIn is called LinkedIn it's to connect. So the whole point of there's the messaging option, there's the connection option, there's the live option, there's like all these options that are available for us to use as a tool. So if you can't use any of them, or it's that many restrictions, like what is the purpose of the platform?
That is, I'm now started, and you might have missed it. I wrote a song. Actually, I don't think I've played it to you, but I've written this song called "If This Is the Way You Are Going." I might just go away. So what? I don't know if you remember that in the 80s there was a band called Poison, and they had a song called "Every Rose Has Its Thorn." I don't know if you remember that song, but let's pick up on this. This is a song I wrote called "If This Is the Way You Are Going, I Might Just Go Away." And I want you to imagine, say, Bon Jovi or Bret Michaels from Poison, or Vince Neil from Motley Crue, or maybe Aerosmith, sing Journey, maybe. One of those 80s bands singing this power ballad, and I want you to imagine you've got your lighter in your hand, and you're at a concert, and there's 100,000 people singing this song. If this is the way we are going, I might just go away.
This is the way. Then I may just go away. You said you're chasing city lights. I prefer the quiet nights. You want a roller coaster ride? I'm cruising easy on the side. No tears, no drama show. Guess we both got places to go.
Well, sing it with me.
This is the way you are going. Then I may just go away.
Me by and put the lighter in the air. This is the way it's going. You gotta go away.
You should send it to by email to LinkedIn CEO, see what he has to say. I wrote a song about your platform.
Just to breathe, dancing out of your You got dreams and neon signs. I've got beaches on my mind. We're both right in our own way, just not right in who we stay. No need for second tries. We've got our own blue skies. If this is the way you are going, then I may just go away. Turn the music up, keep glowing. Let the rhythm lead the way. No hard feelings, just a tune. I'll be humming under the moon.
Come to solo.
So here's where the roads will find.
Play the air guitar.
Separate lives. No goodbye that feels
Imagine.
too
Here he comes. Here he comes. The solo.
another catchy song. If this is the way you are going, then I may just go away. I'll be smiling, sunshine showing. Life's too short to stay gray.
And there it is. You're listening to KKFM in Melbourne, Australia. And I live near the beach. So there was a very classic line there. It said, "You have lights and neon signs, and I have beaches on my mind." Right. So, look, I'm very, 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 very close to leaving LinkedIn. And I'm just in the process of deciding when to do that. But the point we're making today is that you've got to have a couple of irons in the fire, so to speak. You've got to have a podcast or a live stream. You've got to be on LinkedIn and Substack. And this is why I do these shows. I mean, I do these shows because I want to share everything I've learned since 2006, because I've retired and I could just keep this all in my brain, and it seems a bit of a shame. So I love sharing these stories. And I think we need to take this up a notch. I think Substack is going to be really big. It's got 50 million users now, and I'm getting good results there. I'm getting about 200. Been getting about 200 views every day on my blogs, and my latest score is I think I've just about cracked 9,000 views a month. I'm trying to remember, Layla. I'm trying for 10,000.
Yes, you're getting really close, Keith. That's really good.
I think
It's amazing.
I'm at about 8,500. I'll just check it on my phone. And the thing that I love about these sites, I think it's very, very, very important that you check the stats. Like I just don't think you can adapt a spray and pray approach. Maybe I'm a little bit obsessed with the stats, but so
You are. You're very obsessed with stats.
the point is I can't see the point of doing something if no one's watching. I mean, I can't see the point. Like, I mean, someone says, "Oh, maybe someone will watch it later." Well, when? When are they going to watch it? When have they watched it? Right. So, because I've been doing this a long time. So, at the moment, I'm so proud of this. You can do this on the app. 8,860 people have viewed my blog in the last 30 days. I mean, that's
Wow,
probably not, it's
real.
probably not accurate in the sense that it might be 8 people downloading it 1,000 times. It might be me downloading it 4,000 times. But the point is that there's 8,860 impressions of my material on the internet that people have looked at. Now, that's fine. I love this. I mean, I can't see the point of doing shows if no one's watching them, because everything is competing with the boat shop. You know, I can get on a train and in 10 minutes I'm at this funky cafe district where I can just have lattes all day, you know, and I can talk to people there. So I think it's extremely important. Maybe they might listen to it later. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they might listen to it later, but and we do talk about the replays and the idea of the long tail. But you know, you've got 15 subscribers after 17 days, and people are already in there looking at your stuff. But let's have a bit of a chat about Substack, because I think this is a miracle. I'm going to do in fact, I am doing a whole show on this next week, the Substack special edition. I think this is going to be one of those sites that we look at years down the track. When TikTok came out, I didn't pick it. When Instagram came out, I didn't pick it. When Periscope came out, I didn't pick it. But it just like Zakia, we know, the person we know had 80,000 followers there. 80,000. Then one day they just decided to turn it off. True story. I mean, just amazing. She had 80. I had 58,000 followers on Twitter when Elon Musk bought it. And then it just went to shit. And it's virtually useless. So that's my opinion. I don't like X. It's my opinion, but you know, it's a bit rough and ready. But I had 58,000 followers there. I built that up over 10 years, and then it became useless to me because the wrong people were turning up, you know, the different people. I think it's incredible that we have these discussions. But more importantly, I think Substack is going to be that one. I think it's going to be the next big one. I just have a feeling in my bones. What do you think, Lynn? You love it too, don't you?
I love it. Yeah. And I think they're making it easy for us, aren't they? Giving us all the tools to, you know, where we can do a video, upload it easily to any other platform. And then you just showed how cool you could just find an image. I mean, they're just making it too easy to, I mean, why wouldn't you be here, you know?
The thing that's incredibly important is, separate to the 50 million users, it's very good for SEO. So if someone is Google, and I'd be interested to know what the keywords are today, but say, for instance, the keywords are Mexico airport delays, just say I'm pretty sure that would be it. Well, you could Google that, and that would bring up a series of blog posts. But imagine if yours was one of them.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
People are Googling it. I'm going to leave you this one thought. I did do a podcast at one time, and I don't mind the format, but I've done it before, which is why I don't want to do it again. But a friend of mine said, look, what I'm going to do was, there's 5 of us. I'm going to ask you 15 questions. I'm going to ask each of the 5 people 15 questions, and one of the other person had to ask those questions of her. And we created 75 podcasts. Actually, I think it was 90, so it must have been 6 people times 15. Anyway, so we created 90 small little podcasts. Well, they went for 2 minutes. This is a very, very cool story. So she interviewed the other 5 people and made a 2-minute interview with this. What's your favorite book? What's one thing you regret as an entrepreneur? What was one thing you'd do differently if you can go back and talk to your 18-year-old self? 2 minutes. What she did, this is 2015, she loaded those 90 podcasts onto iTunes. That podcast was in the top 5 on iTunes in the business category for 180 days.
Wow.
So that's 180 days that people were saying, hey, what's next? What's Keith's favorite book? What's he going to tell his 18-year-old self? What does Laura think? What does Andrew think? come on, it comes out every day at 8:00. So we did 2 rounds. We did the first round 90 days, and then we went again. We got 180 top 5 recommendations on iTunes for. So that's a very good example of how if you do a pre-recorded podcast that sounds good, it can work in your favor. You know, and we got work from that. People called me, go, hey, that was a great little podcast. You want to come into the city and speak to it? And I'll remember, this is a very cool story. I'll remember talking to someone at 7:00 in the morning, my time, their time. And they said, look, mate, I'm just catching up with, I'm getting a bit of toast and I'm getting a coffee and then I'm going to go into the city. If you're ever in New York, do you want to come into the city and talk to the board? Yeah, okay. I'm never in New York. It's a long way. But that is an open invitation. If you ever are in New York, I want you to come to the city. Now, it turned out that he worked for this really high-level company, was the CEO, just grabbing toast and coffee, and he was listening to my show. Right. And I rang him, and he answered.
Nice. That's amazing.
Having toast and coffee, and I can't remember the name of the company, a very high-level company. And he says, look, I really appreciate the fact that you've sort of got a sort of a swagger about you. A lot of people are talking corporate, and it's very tight, and it's very sensible, and it's very stagnant. You just say it as it is. I reckon our people would appreciate that. So for all that I talk about with live streaming, because I love it, podcasting does have its place, and it's a very good entry-level position because it's a lot easier to do, and you can make it good. Yeah. And if it doesn't, do it again.
Yeah.
Would you reconsider doing it again, Keith?
Sorry?
Would you reconsider doing podcasts again, or you want to stick to live streaming?
I've done it. I've sort of lost the flavor for it.
Mm-hmm.
What I love is what we did here. We made a mono. We made a mono today.
We did.
We
actually. I have a question about. So everybody has they had all these platforms. You had 50,000 followers, and every time there's a new platform or there's some shift with the platform, you lose all the work you've done, and you've built it for how many years to build that audience.
It's very true.
Right, and it takes, and then you have to start it again. And it's even if you diversify, there's always something happening with these platforms. There's a little bit of lack of stability, or there's constant changes. What do you see next that we can make sure that maybe building something over time that this doesn't happen?
Yeah.
Or there's anything we can do?
There's 2 ideas here. One is there's a site called Luma, lu.ma. Now, what that does, it's a very good site. Every time someone signs up for one of my shows, they go on a list, and I own that list. So every time I've got a new show, I send an email to those people. So Luma is an event calendar like Eventbrite. It's free to use. It's its system is very robust. It's quite a generous free offer. So when I talk about whereiskeithtoday.com, that is on Luma, which is a free site. So when anyone signs up for one of my shows, they go on the list. And because you've signed up for one of my shows, it's reasonable to assume that you want to find out more about them because you signed up. I didn't force you. So that's a list builder. So if LinkedIn goes away, I still have my Luma list.
Yeah, that's true. That's good.
And the other thing about Substack is Substack has been built from the point of view that you own your list. You can take your emails with you. Mm-hmm. So when you Substack has been built on the premise that when you write an article, your subscribers get an email about it, so that your subscribers are already used to getting emails from you. So Substack, I've got 126 followers now. Say I want to get to 246 by 2026, 26. I'll write a song about that in a minute. But I love these little mnemonics. I love these little rhythms that stick in my brain. So 125 people get my emails every time I write an article. And if Substack goes away or I decide I don't like it, I can take those emails with me. So we are all thinking about this. I've got 24,000 followers on LinkedIn. If I go away, I lose them all, right? I'm not in a hurry to get rid of them. But LinkedIn's not making it easy. So where is Keith today is a Luma calendar, and Substack is a platform that you keep your emails. So they are both very good. The challenge, of course, is that everyone's getting emails every day and no one reads them. But at least you've got something. Like, how many emails do you get a day and how many do you open? I mean, most of them I just delete. But occasionally, if you get a tagline, it might strike a nerve. So have you heard of Luma? You've heard me talking about it? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think because I've asked you the question about like I think I asked about Evanbrit, and then you mentioned that website, and I looked into it a little bit, and I was like, oh, I didn't know there was there's so many tools and software out there. Even a Google search will not give you all of it, because if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't know what you don't know. So
You don't know
I haven't tried it, but it looks like it's working.
Yeah. So you would probably be getting emails from me. I'm very interested enough you read them. So the way that Luma, it's an extremely good site. The way that it works, if you run an event, you can anyone can sign up for it. And the day before the event, you get an email going, hey, just remembering that tomorrow Keith's got an event and here's the link. Don't forget, I mean, you signed up for it. I'm guessing you want to go. Here's the link. We'll remind you. And then they remind you 1 hour before the show, Keith's event's on. You signed up, so we're guessing you want to go. And then you get an email about it. So hopefully more people get to hear about it. But of course, no one reads their emails. no one's reading their email because we're all getting so many emails. But it is addressing the idea that if you spend days and days, months, years building up a following and then that site goes away, I want you to have a chat about this with Zakia. She built herself up to having 80,000 followers on Periscope, and then they turned it off. She lost everything.
She lost all of it? Like, you couldn't even take a, I don't know, CVS file of it or anything?
She'll be able to tell you how she did that. But, what she did, I think, was the people that bought things from her, she had a separate relationship with them. Then was 80,000 people that were simply watching her stuff as part of a funnel, but they never bought anything. So in a way, it wasn't a great loss. But 80,000 people gone overnight. Woke up and they closed Periscope down, just without a warning. And this happens. So by having a site like Luma and a site called Substack, you are at least building a list that you own. And you can see this when you go into your Substack. You can just go to subscribers. It's got the email there, and you can see it. So you can save that, and it's completely legitimate to send them an email saying, hey, I've noticed we're friends on Substack. I'm going to go away from Substack. Would you want to connect on School? Some will say yes. Some will say no. A lot of people are reluctant to try new things. So what we might do, we might just end it there. I've been chatting 4 hours, and I'm even getting tired. I've got headphones on, Layla. I love the sound of my own voice. Like I've got so much tech here. I sound like Casey Kasem to me. I sound like Casey Kasem. But I've got these headphones with this really deep voice, and I just love listening to myself. But I'm getting a bit sick of it. So tomorrow we have a show called Multi-Streaming 101, which basically picks up on what we're talking about today, but goes a bit deeper in. Because I remember you said, Layla, that sometimes we go on a bit and you don't even know what we're talking about because we talk a bit really technical. Yeah. So I've got, on Tuesdays, Monday nights for you, I've got a beginner show, and on Tuesday nights I have the advanced show, and tomorrow's the advanced show. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this song and finish, And then we'll come back tomorrow with a bit more of an advanced version of this, but it won't be on LinkedIn. It'll be only on YouTube, unless I get my LinkedIn back, which, I don't know if I even want to be bothered anymore. But I'm pretty proud of this song too.
Well, and just make sure that, I'm sorry what your song, just don't post it on LinkedIn just in case they like ban you forever.
Yeah, I know. It's going to happen.
Multi-streaming 101. The choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm. Multi-streaming 101. Hit that go loud. Time to spread the sound. YouTube, LinkedIn. Let's spin it all around. One stream, many places, like magic in the clouds. Grow your crowd wider, make your fans proud. Oh, no need to juggle tabs or crash your feed. One upload, one dream, that's all you need. Multi-streaming 101. The choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm. Multi-streaming 101. Chats all together, no one left behind. Messages flying, engagement combined. But focus can fade when you spread too thin. Deep roots grow slow. Where do you begin? Oh, Twitch lights up, YouTube glows, LinkedIn's in the mix, and everyone knows growth is fast when you break the mold. But building a tribe takes time and soul. Multi-streaming 101. The choice is crystal clear. Now you can stream your story for the world to hear. Pick your path, there's no wrong run. Learn the rhythm.